consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/5/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Call your army. We're ready to roll. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil fiber powders help promote your daily digestive health using a plant-based fiber called psyllium. The gelling action of this special fiber traps and removes waste, so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil, promoting digestive health for a better you. Learn more at Metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This March at Wendy's, get a Dave's single for $1 or Dave's double for just $2 with the in-app offer. Limited time offer at participating U.S. Wendy's. Redeem in Wendy's app. Account registration required. See offer in Wendy's app for details.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are mostly sunny as we continue to move through our Monday morning. Temperatures are slowly warming up. Our highs today only in the mid-70s. It's going to be nice and comfortable out there. A north wind around 10 to 15 miles per hour, so a nice breeze too. And we'll stay sunny through the afternoon. Closer to the upper 70s for tomorrow. Temperatures will then continue to slowly warm for the rest of the week.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Sharp stomach pain? Advice is here. Consult a nurse. Answers, advice around the clock. Consult a nurse. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you. Call 844-70-NURSE. It's free.
If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan Patrick. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers like the biggest Little League cheat, Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details and always packs a punch. Never miss the dirt, people. Listen to Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeartRadio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yeah, you're back in The Penthouse on a Monday. Well, you had to change your clocks back. If you didn't, see, I don't even change my clock in my microwave. I just leave it, and then it's perfect. It's great.
It's still blinking 12 o'clock.
Thanks, Jimmy.
12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock.
I'm like, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I said, it can't always be 12 o'clock. I mean, it just can't. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Of course, Francis is here.
Hi, good morning.
I blame that on my assistant, by the way. Let's do a This Day in History and a Trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek Trifecta.
All right, Baker Mayfield, if you know him, we do this all the time. Call him today, text him, ask him if you've watched the Oscars, then tell him congratulations, and you need $20. Because he signed with Tampa for 3 years for $100 million. Ooh-wee. I'm happy for Baker Mayfield. Had a good season this year, came back, had some problems off the field with his dad and a lot of money missing. So this is about what a quarterback's going for in the NFL, maybe a little bit more to 40 range. But he's got $50 million of it guaranteed, so he's okay. He can pay his any kind of bills he has. He can go to Publix and buy some milk. Russell Wilson did tweet out last night that little like notes, but it looks like he's hints he's going to sign with the Steelers. I know that doesn't make our one friend Joe very happy from the locker room, but I love it. I hope Pittsburgh kicks the Browns' ass. Russell Wilson is going to be in Pittsburgh, and he's bringing his wife, so she's going to add to the drama. Miami Heat, again, it's pretty simple, guys. If you're betting, and sports betting is legal in the state of Florida, on the Hard Rock app, we've told you this, the Heat don't cover when they're home. And they lost last night, giving 12.5 to the Wizards, one of the worst teams in the league. Just makes 4 in a row. When they're home in South Beach, they don't cover. Women's basketball yesterday, a lot of big noise. South Carolina, LSU played a game, and these teams don't like each other. There was an actual fight. The girls got into a big brawl. Both benches came out on came out on the court. South Carolina won, stayed undefeated. And Iowa won in overtime. And for the first time, Caitlin Clark didn't have a good first half, and they were trailing Nebraska, but she came back in the second half, and they ended up winning, so hats off to them. And Panthers won a big game on Saturday, I think 6-1 over Calgary, so hats off to the Cats. They're doing well. And now over to Jimmy for This Day in History.
On this day in history.
Well, we haven't broken out the time machine in a couple of weeks, so let's fire this puppy up because we're going to go back to the year 1810. You might have heard of this guy, Napoleon. Well, on this day, he married his second wife, Mary Louise, the 19-year-old daughter of the Emperor of Austria. Napoleon had a stand-in at the wedding ceremony, by the way, in Austria, while he waited at home for his new bride to come home and show up.
So if he had a stand-in, did he really marry her?
That's the question, right?
Was he still married to the first one?
Does the prenup count?
I don't think they had
These are
prenup.
questions to ask, Greek.
Man, that's brutal. That's a ballsy move. Like, you don't go, I'm too busy. I'll meet you home.
Fast forward just 78 years later, in 1888, a winter storm began on the Atlantic coast of the United States, ultimately blanketing New York City with 22 inches of snow and other areas up to 50 inches. The Great Blizzard of 1888, as it became known, killed more than 400 people and caused widespread property damage. 33 years ago today, in 1991, Janet Jackson signed a $32 million deal with Virgin Records for 2 albums. 27 years ago today, in 1997, speaking of music, Paul McCartney was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II. 24 years ago today, in 2000, Kiss began their farewell tour.
Oh, yeah?
I kid you not. I can't even get that out with a straight face. 13 years ago today, in 2011, an earthquake struck off the northeastern coast of Japan, triggering a devastating tsunami and instigated a major nuclear accident at the Fukushima nuclear facility. 6 years ago today, in 2018, after just 2 years off the air, American Idol returned from cancellation. It moved from Fox to ABC in its 16th season with Katy Perry, Lionel Richie, and Luke Bryan as the new judges. Finally,
Katy Perry actually is not coming back next year.
Is she not? That's right. I believe you mentioned that the other day.
Yeah.
And it's still Lionel and Luke with them? Do they know who's going to replace her?
No, because the season's going on right now with her.
Oh,
It's
okay.
going to be a final season, yes.
I see.
Madonna.
Oh, maybe. She might be looking for a job. Is that what you're saying? Finally, 4 years ago today in 2020, any idea? Any idea? Today was the day that the World Health Organization declared that COVID-19 was a pandemic. And that's what happened on March 11th in our history.
Going back to one of them, I have a question. Janet Jackson, how much did she sign for? Was that 27 million?
That was 35 million, I think it was, for 2 albums.
2 albums, 35 million.
I'll find it. Where is it?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It was just something that Prince said one time about signing deals. I remember.
32 million
32
with
million.
Virgin Records for 2 albums.
Yeah, 16 million apiece. And Prince was saying that when certain people sign with these record labels, that's not great deals when you break down the actual money that you get. Like you're undershooting yourself. I remember him breaking it down.
Well, in that particular case, that was 1991. She got 16 million for an album, and that's it, right? She doesn't get any residuals from the songs or anything. Is that the way that works?
No, I don't think she gets any money. I think she'll always get something if she wrote the songs, but I don't think she gets any additional money based on how many albums they sell.
Oh, okay.
So he was saying
So
big artists should always do that and get a higher amount because you would make more money. And he was just saying when you break it down, you see wow, 32 million. But if you sell 10 million and you get X amount, it's really not a great deal.
You're better off with the residual.
Yeah, if you have.
Well, that's because 10 years from that point on, they use that song in a movie, and boom, you get more money.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see. But I mean, with her, still, when you sign 16 million, you're like, wow, it sounds great. But the point he was making is that the record company always makes more, and that was it.
Sure.
But on his deal, he goes, I don't do that. He goes, I get per album and stuff like that. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. If you guys have any opinion about the Oscars, give us a call. Or if you have any opinion about the clocks, saying, man, I hate this or I love it, call us at 877-927-6969. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142 or Jimmy at Real Radio 921. Franny, let me ask you, you had a big weekend. How was the Irish Fest?
The Irish Fest was good. It was 2 days of Irish music, Irish food, and a lot of boozing. So a lot of people came out and had a good time. A lot of kilts. You definitely would have fit in, Jimmy, if you would have showed up. Definitely a lot of kilts.
Not quilts.
No, not quilts.
No, not quilts.
No, there were kilts.
No quilts.
But yeah, good turnout, good crew. I always have a solid bartending crew with us, so it was fun. We had a good weekend. We had a little bit of rain yesterday, but that was it, just a little bit, and then it cleared up. But I think all in all, everybody got a little primed up for this weekend, St. Patrick's Day. This was just a kickstart to the festivities.
They're getting 2 weeks now out of this, milking this holiday.
Sure are.
How many bottles of Jameson did you open up?
Oh, boy.
What was the over-under on that?
I don't know.
You probably crush it.
Would you pour more Guinness or whiskey?
There was about equal. It was pretty even, Steven. Yeah, a lot of Guinness. You know what? A lot of Harp too. Not everybody's a fan of Guinness, but yeah. But just it was pretty heavy drinking for a lot of people. It looked like they had a good time,
which is good.
Yeah. Nothing out of control. Nobody got too messy. I didn't see anything like that.
No fights?
No fights.
That's good.
That's always good, right? Especially when there's whiskey involved.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? I hate to say it.
That is, at least that I saw. It looked like it was pretty peaceful. Good. Everybody was having a great time.
All right, so something that certain people do or some people do during their life, one time or another, not all, they have an affair. So Franny's going to give you an insight of the people that have affairs with.
Who does stuff like
Who
that,
would
Greek?
do that? I love he's like, at some point in your life, you're going to have an affair is basically what it sounded like you were saying. Oh, my goodness.
What do you think? All right. You're both making fun of me. What do you think?
I didn't make fun of you.
What do you think the number is that somebody's had an affair one time in some kind of relationship, not marriage? What do you think the number is?
I don't know.
50%?
Maybe.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of people. Come on, people. Have some morals.
So there's a website called Illicit Encounters, and this is the largest dating site for married people. It's the UK's version of Ashley Madison, basically.
Ooh.
And so it is a dating site for married people, Illicit Encounters, and they analyze views and clicks of more than 1.5 million members. They got a lot of members to see which profiles are most popular. So they found that women who want to cheat on their husbands would ideally choose, this is what they found out in their findings, a 52-year-old man, it's very specific, who's 5'11", with brown hair, green eyes, drives an Audi, and makes more than $64,000 a year. It's very, very specific, right?
Okay. Do they do the same for
straying husbands?
Ladies?
Oh, it's got to be
Straying
younger.
husbands?
Got to be younger.
Prefer a 44-year-old woman who's 5'6", has blue eyes, blonde, curly hair, and earns over $38,000. So this is what they did by analyzing views and clicks of more than their 1.5 million viewers to see which profiles garnered the most attention. And when they did that, so yes, they said also with the guy, it gets very specific, size 10 feet, athletic build, and is a Libra. Is that where we lost you?
What do you Audi do? I can do the green eyes. I get contacts.
For the women, I told you the 44, 5'6", also Aquarius, more likely, with a size 5, which is very tiny foot, by the way.
Jimmy, damn it.
Because
size 5?
5'6", a size 5 foot. Like I wear a 5.5, and I'm small, and they're saying 5'6", 5 foot, or a size 5
Yeah, that
feet.
would be. That's a small foot.
That's a small foot.
For 5'6",
and
right.
a toned physique, is what they say. They say we all know perfection is subjective and varies from person to person, but it's been a real eye-opener collecting this data. It's a relationship expert who did that. She said, of course, the notion of a perfect person can be a bit romanticized. But she said that, when they looked at everything together, that was those very specific details that aligned with it.
Safe to say, I mean, it's just they took the average of, the stats from each person or each category, right?
But at least it's somewhat realistic,
that's how
too, right?
Get to it.
Somewhat like it's not like they're looking for a 22-year-old who makes $250,000 a year. Like,
right.
That's
what I mean. So it's based on the average statistics of each individual that was clicked on.
Yep.
And that makes sense. I could see that.
Again, some of the things are right on. I think also sometimes people look for affairs. If somebody, it's who you work with, different things. But I think a lot of times it's just if somebody has something to lose as much as you. I know I've heard a lot of people say that because, there's always one that's like, we're going to make this a little bit more. And again, we do not in any shape or form promote affairs. Work your problems out and be loyal. That's where you get the big bucks. Not really. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142, or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Those are the way you can get involved with the show. Roger Clemens this weekend, Franny's baseball team that, getting a lot of notoriety. A couple more players are playing. Roger Clemens pitched this weekend.
I have a baseball team?
Excuse me?
I have a baseball team?
What is the team that you go and see? The Banana what?
Oh, the Savannah Bananas.
Savannah Bananas. And Roger Clemens pitched for them in front of 41,000 in Houston. Unbelievable. He's like the third MLB player who's played with them. Yeah. They're getting a lot of guys.
Roy Oswalt, Roger Clemens. They made their debut.
Yeah. So pretty impressive with that. I know they're down here, you said September, October?
It's fun, yeah. They kicked off their season in Tampa last month, but they're going to be down this way, I believe. They play the ballpark of Palm Beaches in October. It's fall, but it's hard to get tickets, and tickets are inexpensive. They keep them flat rate, $25. Obviously, secondary market. But you got to be put in a lottery. So I still haven't. I'm in the lottery, but I still haven't confirmed my tickets.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's tough.
Oh, I better get in that lot. Is it too late to get into it this year?
I didn't even know that. Yeah, I would look into it. But yeah, it's not like right away you buy your tickets until they come out, and then you can find them on the secondary market. But yeah, if you're initially one to sign up, they put you in a lottery, and it's $25 flat rate.
Okay.
And they don't necessarily have seats. You get there first come, first serve.
Which I think is great. Yeah. I know one of my friends went last year, and he spent a lot of money. Secondhand market.
Yeah.
I think he spent $100 a ticket.
Yeah, we just did. We were very lucky. I got on the lottery, and so they were $25, and so we just bought a handful of them. And
That's great.
It's a really good time.
And if you can't go, you can sell them the day before.
There you go.
Make some cash.
I remember you talking about it last year when you went and it really got me intrigued, and I wanted to.
Fun.
And since then, I've seen a whole bunch of. I mean, because you want to talk about social media people.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got videos up all the time of all the different acts and antics that they do, which is a lot of fun. So I was hoping to go this year.
Tickets are $35 now. I'm on the website, and you can go on the wait list.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. So I would definitely, if you haven't seen it, I mean, I consider them like almost like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball.
Yeah, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
They're huge. I mean,
very talented. I mean, you're watching a baseball game.
Yeah.
But then they're doing all these like funny like hijinks and backflips and
singing.
It's fun.
Yeah, I mean, they were on 60 Minutes. They talked about the guy who invented it. It was more like a circus to him. He wanted to bring it. And again, they started small. They're huge now. I mean, everybody knows who they are.
Yeah.
And like you said, social media. You get on 60 Minutes, that's big.
Yeah, it's a show with baseball. I mean, really, it's almost like the Globetrotters are a show with basketball.
And their personalities. And I think if they start getting some big names, that'll even increase it more.
Sure.
Well, I saw
Roger Clemens. I mean, that's massive. So,
there's no doubt about it. But yeah, it's something that people definitely. Anybody that I know has gone has raved about it. Like, oh my God, it's so good, so much fun. It's not like a baseball game. They even say there's articles that says Major League Baseball should look into some of the things they're doing for the fans at regular games. But yeah, hats off to the guy.
Or even the in between innings, of regular MLBs. I mean, it's a great place to get some ideas for some of the things they do. I mean, I know that Major League Baseball teams do a pretty good job sometimes, with different acts that they have in between the innings.
I think the thing with Major League Baseball, and it just shows you, it's just people just complain about the same thing. It's slow. It's too slow. It's boring.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they say. And
I do. I find it boring. I used to go all the time. My parents were huge Atlanta Braves fans, and they would take us as kids. And, we had some fond memories, but at the same time, I think I learned to not like it anymore because I was like, ugh.
Yeah, and everybody who goes to that raves about it.
The thing about it to me is, and I understand the reason why people say that, because it is, but that's the natural. That's what baseball is, I mean, the one thing that I do like is the fact that they are cracking down on some of the, every time between every pitch, the batter goes out of the box and bangs off the cleats and does all that stuff, readjusts the gloves and everything. So they have, cracked down on some of that, and the games are down to about 2.5 hours now for a game, I mean, just a regular 9-inning game. So, I mean, they really have brought the time down, and it just goes to show that people are still complaining about it.
Both ways.
Then that just means that you're just not a huge fan, right?
Well, I think if you understand the sport, just like golf, it's not a fast sport.
No.
I mean, you watch
exactly.
it.
That's
I mean, I go to the track with people, and they bitch about the 22 minutes between the race. They're like, they should race every 4 minutes. I'm like, dude, they can't.
Yeah,
this is the way it is.
This is the way that the sport works.
So if you don't like that or anything about that, then don't go to the game. Yeah. I mean, baseball's a slow sport. It is. I mean, that's just what it is. It's not going to be as fast as basketball, hockey, or football. No way.
Because it doesn't have the action. It doesn't have the action as hockey or football.
No.
Even football. I mean, if you really sit and think about it, I mean, how many times have people actually done a time of how much football they play, right? Because you got the time in between plays, right? So, but when it plays, it's high action. Hockey, it's always high action.
Constantly.
You know,
Basketball,
it's just basketball, the same thing, you know, with the exception of you get to the end of the game and it takes 20 minutes because they call timeout every 3 seconds. You know, that's the only bad part to me. And again, it's because the action slows down, right?
Yep. And I think people just don't like to wait for anything. I mean, more and more our society instantly. Like I said,
you know, a point that's been made up between you, Teddy Covers, you know, as far as baseball is concerned, is now that we've got it where you can bet on half a game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean,
And
five innings, and people do it. Why? Because they don't have the patience to sit through 9.
Yep. There's no
and
doubt
it
about
makes sense. I mean, I get it.
Yeah, well, you can bet on it, like anything in sport half, but you just don't have the patience. But our society just doesn't want to wait for anything. We just don't. I mean, we don't want to wait for anything, and we're lazy. I mean, that's just the way it is. There was a girl last week at the Warriors game, and the Warriors won. And she got picked up, and people looked at her. Her name is Kathleen Taylor, and she's an escort. She'll go to a game with you. And she said since the Warrior game, she had to double her price. And she's very easy on the eyes, you can only imagine. And Steph Curry hit a big shot, and she stood up and was cheering and got picked up all over the place. But since the Warrior game, she had to double her price. But she will go to the game with you for $1,500, which is very nice of her.
Oh, that's said. Wow.
It's a deal, huh?
What?
3 times. She said, I had to raise my price 3 times the amount since the Warrior game. And it's unbelievable, like how, you know, certain people can get spotted, or girls or women, whatever. And all of a sudden, man, it's going to ring a register and they're going to do well. And they say a lot of girls on OnlyFans go to a lot of games. They'll hopefully get, you know, spotted, and then things will increase, the amount of people. But they're out there. But this girl got a lot of headlines with it, Kathleen Taylor. She even got mentioned on the 4-Letter Network the night of the game. One of the guys talking about the game mentioned her. Said, wow, there's lucky fans. Close.
Did you say that was Steph Curry's escort?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say, he's married, isn't he?
No. I did not say that, Jimmy.
I misheard you. I'm sorry. Let me turn these things up.
No, Steph Curry hit a big shot, and then he had like this golf thing. And then she was in the back. Like,
I thought when you hit a big shot, it meant something different. Okay, I'm sorry.
No. Again, we don't promote that on this show, okay? But God bless her. She's making 3 times the amount. So if you took her out last week, it was X price, and you call her back the next week.
Now you're pissed.
And do you ask her on the phone, like, your price went up? And then she says, hey, the Warrior game, I'm in demand now.
What do you think I am, the Savannah Bananas?
I'm not going to do
keep
it.
my prices low.
Yeah, she said that she got so many hits, and so many people are reaching out for her ever since the basketball game with the Warriors. Again, she was sitting courtside behind the basket, very close, but very easy on the eyes. Kathleen Taylor, if you're out there, you owe me a couple bucks. I blew you up. But
now she's going to have to raise her price again.
There it is.
$1,500 is a lot.
People are flying out now.
But she's an escort just to hang out with you, not to do anything. That's the one thing she want to make clear.
Of course.
Yeah, she's
nothing goes on.
No. I think she just is somebody just hangs out with you, maybe has scrambled eggs, bacon.
Yeah.
Talks about things.
That's what I hear. She goes the extra mile. Bacon, little onion in there.
Do what she has to do. Mm-hmm. I wonder who bought her the Warrior tickets. Because they have the most expensive tickets in the NBA, the Warriors. Regular price, not even secondhand market. Their prices are crazy at that stadium. But San Francisco, everything's so expensive.
Yeah, well, there's that too, right?
Yeah. It's a new stadium. They've had it 2 years. They sell out every night. They're having an okay year. They might make the playoffs, hopefully, but they got the big stars. Championships 4 behind them, and a lot of people who love to watch them. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. We're going to come back with some Florida stories. Franny, what's in the toaster?
I have a really bad story. If you love bacon like I do, this might gross you out a bit. Unfortunately, this happened in Florida. Then we have a situation that happened at a McDonald's, a throwdown. And then another mom instigating a fight with children. I'll get you those details when we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
We're everywhere you need to be. I've been everywhere, man. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
Experience the best of the Palm Beaches cuisine in one amazing location. Experience the flavors of unlimited samples paired with exquisite wines and craft beers. Experience the fun of live entertainment and VIP perks. The Tastings Food, Wine, and Craft Beer event is back Saturday, April 13th at Tanger Outlets Palm Beach. Taste the Palm Beaches for only $40. Want to be a VIP and get in an hour early? VIP tickets are just $50. Get your tickets now at pbtastings.com. That's pbtastings.com.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Looks like an accident in Delray Beach. That'll be on 95 southbound on the off-ramp to Atlantic Avenue. That off-ramp currently blocked off. 95 looking at a pretty decent drive so far. Currently accident-free and flowing freely as well. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Florida Power and Light.
FPL is looking at other ways to produce energy that down the line will reduce my bill.
My name is Amy. I've been with FPL over 6 years. There are so many initiatives to continue to deliver clean, reliable, and safe energy to our customers.
Learn more at FPL.com.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Oh, this cold.
Honey?
Honey?
Honey, you need DayQuil Severe Honey.
DayQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste, because life doesn't stop for a cold.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
Now I'm getting a cold.
Honey.
Try DayQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu relief. DayQuil Severe with honey flavor. The daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, honeylicious, power through your day medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
See this garage door? I gotta be honest with you. It's ugly. I mean, successful, attractive homeowner like you, it's time to move on. This is not the garage door your parents thought you'd spend the rest of your life with. And that ain't true with everything in life, don't get me wrong. I mean, honey, if you're listening, you can't divorce me just because I'm no longer the handsome stud you married. But your garage door? The neighbors all think you can totally do better. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Let us show you how many sexy new alternatives there are. Just waiting for someone like you. You swipe right on a beautiful new design, we install everything in a lovely ceremony, and you and your new garage door live happily ever after. For better, not worse. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come make it right. Maybe I should pick up some flowers on the way home.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Join us tonight for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by The Hartford, live at South by Southwest. We'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year and celebrate the most innovative talent and creators in the industry. Watch tonight, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel.
Presented by The Hartford Small Business Insurance. Learn more or start a quote at thehartford.com/small business. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are mostly sunny as we continue to move through our Monday morning. Temperatures are slowly warming up. Our highs today only in the mid-70s. It's going to be nice and comfortable out there. A north wind around 10 to 15 miles per hour, so a nice breeze too. And we'll stay sunny through the afternoon. Closer to the upper 70s for tomorrow. Temperatures will then continue to slowly warm for the rest of the week.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Bonus savings on top brands and better sleep are all the buzz at Mattress Firm's Friends and Family sale. Hurry in to save up to $700 with your extra discount. You'll even get a free adjustable base on select beds. Plus, if you see a lower price, Mattress Firm will match it. Restrictions apply.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, Penthouse, happy Monday. Franny, Jimmy, G. Hope you guys have a good day. Read an interesting article over the weekend about the Kansas City Chiefs game, and 70% of the people that got frostbite are being told by their doctors they should amputate the area that got frostbite. Doesn't look great for the NFL. Just wonder if you saw that, if you read about it, you heard it, what your thoughts are. Peace, guys. Have a good one. Later.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
We did see that. Jeremy, thank you. I don't think you can blame the NFL. Those are people making decisions to go to the game. Maybe didn't dress properly. They did tell you the day of the game.
One of the guys did not. If you saw him, he was shirtless.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know if you can blame the NFL or not. They were suggesting you wear at least 3 layers of clothing to go to that game.
I mean, you should know better, right? Like, you know what the weather's going to be.
Yeah, no, but
dress
I'm sure,
appropriately.
Yeah, I mean, there might be somebody out there who's going to sue the NFL, but I don't think they'll have a case to win. Wow. I mean, they tell you the whole world, it's so... And the one thing with the NFL games is the colder it gets, every time you put on a game like that, it's sold out completely.
Yeah.
I mean, people just...
It was a playoff game, too, you know, I mean, and a big one, you know, like that. And then again, the other part, and to answer your question, Jeremy, yes, we did at least see some articles on it. And the one that I noticed about it was that because you get the knuckleheads that go there with no shirt on, right? And that's what we naturally assume got the frostbite. But there was one dude, he got it. He took his gloves off to put up a tent while tailgating, and boom, he's going to lose probably a couple digits.
Amputations.
Just from the couple of minutes that he had him off.
Why is it making news again, though? Because we talked about it when it happened, and they were talking about it. People were hospitalized because of it. But how come now it's back resurfacing, making the news?
Well, I think because now we're just learning that some of the people, because of the amputation part of it.
Is that why? Okay.
Yeah, that's what seems to be. Even Jeremy's talk back there, he was talking about the fact that that's apparently what's going to happen, that their recommendation... You know, unfortunately, people are going to lose
minus
limbs.
25 degrees the wind chill was. I mean, we saw there was icicles hanging from Coach's mustache.
I mean, the game was. I mean, the game was early January. It was a playoff game, and it was at night, which hurt it too. If it was during the day, it would have been a lot warmer.
And they were playing our very own Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, and the Dolphins are 0-10 when they play below 40 degrees. So remember that next year when you're betting.
Fourth coldest ever, I believe.
I think it was up there. Yeah, it was cold. I was warm where I was. Franny, let's do some Florida stories.
Okay.
What matters?
Florida. Did you say Florida?
Good thing's a choice.
WTF.
What the Florida?
So there's a Florida man behind bars after using a crowbar. Yes, this guy got in an altercation with a employee at a McDonald's. Donta Davis went into the McDonald's and to pick up a DoorDash order. Well, they said there was a verbal altercation that broke out between Davis because Davis put the phone in one of the workers' faces, who then told Davis, you need to leave the restaurant. I don't know why he put his phone in his face, but probably like, look, this is the order. I don't know. Security footage obtained from authorities from outside the fast food joint showed Davis grabbing a crowbar from his vehicle, walking back inside. They said that Davis told the worker that he was not someone to mess with. They also said that DoorDash had to respond to the incident because he was a DoorDash driver. Said that there is absolutely no place for violence or intimidation on our platform. Upon learning about this incident, we removed the account of the individual in question and have worked with local law enforcement to support their investigation, which they did. They report that Davis was taken to the Lee County Jail on burglary and aggravated assault charges. I don't know where the burglary comes from in there, unless he just took the food, but somebody paid for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless he took extra food. They said arrest documents show that Davis had a previous arrest, too, for battery after he slammed his girlfriend's head into a refrigerator.
Oh, my God.
Wow, this guy's a winner.
Yeah. He's
I'm not doing background checks on this DoorDash. But yeah, so they didn't say anything necessarily happened. All you show is the threatening with the crowbar. So I don't think he hit anybody at that McDonald's. And then, yes, there is a Florida mom. This is not the first time who unleashed this woman. They say a flurry of punches on students during a fight. Yeah.
The teacher?
It was a mom.
Oh, mom. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, this is...
Makes it better.
No, yeah, it
No,
doesn't.
I was going to say. Oh, it's a mom. Oh, that's okay.
That's all right. It's a mom.
I mean,
things happen.
Yeah, it wasn't a teacher, but yes, it was a mom who, I love it. A flurry is what they used. First, she was egging on kids to fight other students at the bus stop first.
Terrible.
She was having her own little fight club, I guess.
Brad Pitt.
And then she started throwing her own punches at students during a fight at this bus stop moments after she shouted for one of the girls to beat her ass. According to this, there is footage of the brawls. Tatiana Duffy, they said a guardian of a student at the bus stop, was arrested last week after she instigated and jeered and intervened in a fight between two students, then battered a juvenile during the incident. The fight started, verbal confrontation between two kids waiting at the bus stop. There's footage that was provided, shows one juvenile shoving another as multiple people, including adults, are seen rushing towards ensuing mayhem at the bus stop. The two juvies start throwing punches at each other, but are quickly separated by adults and other students. However, one of the juveniles is then seen pouncing on top of another female student and laying a series of, they say, vicious punches down on her head, as she's covering her head on the ground, trying to block the punches. At this point, that's where you see Duffy standing over them, holding out her phone to record, fight and screaming, beat her ass. This is a mom, and she's recording it. You can see the students then jump back in to pull the juvenile out. And then that's when Duffy appears to be seen hitting the students, another one, shouting at him, get the F off of her. And she's just pounding. Wow. Yeah. So filming, hitting, all that stuff. The juveniles were arrested too, but Duffy was placed under arrest. And then, finally here in Near Florida, this is why I like my bacon well done. This Florida man was complaining of migraines. And, it's making me look at bacon never the same. Migraines, 52-year-old man. He thought that he was suffering just from severe migraines. What he was actually battling was a bizarre tapeworm infestation in his brain. Tapeworms in his brain. And it was caused from eating undercooked bacon.
Oh.
The unnamed patient, they say his tale of medical woe, recently wiggled its way into American Journal of Case Reports. He'd been complaining of week-long aggressive headaches over a 4-month period. After consuming that raw bacon, experts said the individual had lifelong preference. He likes soft bacon, undercooked bacon. They said it wasn't the sole cause of the specific bizarre ailment, but rather that the breakfast favorite had gone bad, with undercooking leaving the man very vulnerable. They said this perfect storm situation led to a case, I'm not even figure out how to say that word. It's a scientific term for a parasite laying eggs that infected numerous regions of the body, including his brain. Even more disgusting, the neurosis, how you say it, can be contagious.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. But they said it is historically very unusual to encounter infected pork in the United States, but he did have a situation. So they say be very careful. This ailment is preventable. but still leads to hospitalization of about 1,000 unlucky Americans annually.
Said it was expired too, right? The bacon
They
was expired.
said, yeah.
I mean, that was problem number one.
That was.
Okay.
And then that was undercooked.
So if you're sitting next to somebody and they're
But they
having
had
a
to
BLT,
deworm him,
you got to
yeah.
ask them. Like, hey, is that cooked?
No, just
Yeah.
run.
Yeah,
just
run.
at that point.
Just run.
Because apparently it's contagious.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You gotta
That's
ask
what's
them.
weird.
See, normally people want like a tapeworm in their stomach so to eat all your food. You don't want one in your brain.
No.
You don't. Gross. I'm looking at pictures right now, too. I shouldn't have done that.
Don't do it.
And that is your What the Florida.
Thank you, Francis. Great job as always. One of the ways you can get involved with us is pick up the telephone. I think we have somebody on hold.
We do. Tom did just that, called the Penthouse, and now you're in it. Tom, how you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. Good morning.
What's up, Tom?
You were talking about the length of sporting events.
Yes.
A football game lasts probably about 3 hours or so. How much actual playing time is there in that 3 hours of football? In other words, from
A lot less. Yeah.
Football.
Yeah, a lot less.
Yeah.
Depends on the game and everything that's going on, but a lot less, yes.
But what do you think? How many minutes do you think there actually is of playing time?
Maybe an hour and a half?
Football. They say about 13 minutes.
That's what they say?
Yeah, from the time the ball's hiked till the whistle blows, that's actual playing time.
All right. Doesn't seem like it, but, if that's what they're saying, that's what it seems like.
I just did a quick search on it, and this article says 11 minutes, but, to your point, Tom.
Yeah, the actual playing time's a lot less. All right, man, that's all I got. Have a great day.
All right, thank you, Tom.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've seen that before. I wouldn't have thought that low of a number. But it just goes to show, that's how much time ticks is they're doing or, can commercial breaks and everything.
Yep.
Although usually at that point, the play clock is stopped. For commercials.
Yeah. Again, I just think with the NFL or college football, we love football, so we don't even think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, the first time I think a lot of people realized it was the NFL Network when they used to re-show the games and how quick they are. They show every single game on a loop. As soon as Sunday night ends, they show every single game. You're like, wow, how can they show every single game? It must take 3 days. But it doesn't. It takes not even one day. They show all, the 16 games just like that. Boom. But
it just goes from play to play to play, right? They don't show the in-between even on the plays, right? So when you eliminate that and then you eliminate commercials and halftime and all that stuff, it just goes to
Constantly
show how
running.
much, how quickly it does go. And, the one set of fans that isn't complaining about baseball are the hardcore baseball fans because they don't mind the game being like that. That's just, like my dad loves Major League Baseball. He wouldn't complain that the game is too long.
Well, the older...
But he's a super fan,
Yeah,
so.
it's just the age thing. That's what it stops at. And the younger kids don't like it, obviously, because they wanted to go faster. And that's just really a complaint. And for baseball, the biggest problem, like boxing, they're not getting the younger demographic to go. That's the problem. And it's boxing no more as an event. Like over the weekend, UFC, big fight. President Trump was there. I mean,
Was that the one down south? Where was that at? Because there was something that happened over the weekend.
I don't know if it was down south.
No, okay.
Maybe, I'm not sure where it was, but I'm saying President Trump was there. A lot of celebrities are there. It's sold out.
When you say down south, you mean
Like Miami.
somewhere in Miami? Well, maybe, because I think he's in Florida.
I don't know.
His plane is. I noticed it on Saturday.
Yeah, I don't know. But I'm just saying it's just, baseball has too many issues. That's the problem. People just don't like to even go. That's the problem because they think it takes too long.
Yeah, there was. The UFC fight was at the Kaseya Center.
Okay.
I'm
there you
looking.
go.
I'm
Okay.
guessing it was Dom because he's pretty good at posting on our social media. He's posted a story.
Yeah.
It is sold out. Floor, everything,
Oh, yeah.
packed. I mean, it's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my
Well, it's Dustin Poirier, too, and he won.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay.
Knockout.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's a bigger sport, obviously, for our
48.
society right now, more than boxing. And like you said, you see the president, people going like that. A lot of football, a lot of NFL guys were there. But I think with baseball, we've talked about it. People just think it's too long. And
I think he and Dana White are pretty tight, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's probably a good part of the reason why he's there as well.
Yeah, he goes a lot.
Yeah.
President Trump, when he's in Vegas or here, when he's there and his schedule allows. But, I mean, that's the thing. And Dana White's done a great job with that. You got to give him credit. 15 years ago, nobody was even talking about it or going. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. We're talking today about putting the clocks ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I know, Jimmy, you got some stats about it, but how pissed were you? Call us.
If you're feeling groggy from changing the clocks, here's a fun reminder. You're also more likely to die today as well. This is the uplifting part of the show.
Franny is so funny. That has nothing to do with me today, by the way.
No.
Franny, you feel like you're dying?
I do. I'm exhausted.
Well, according to the American Heart
I need a nap.
Association, there's an increase in the number of heart attacks in the first week after we spring forward each year. A study in Michigan found 24% increase in the first Monday after the clock shifts, and a separate study in Finland found an 8% bump in the number of strokes in the first 2 days.
Wow.
They're still not sure why it happens, but they think it has something to do with obviously disturbing our body's internal clock. Springing forward can be deadly in other ways, too. For example, sleep-deprived drivers have been linked to a 6% increase in fatal car crashes this time of year. So slow down a little bit more and be careful this week. Obviously in the morning, right?
Yeah.
Because, again, some of us, obviously it depends on when you come in. Greek mentioned earlier in the show that typically when we come in, it's just getting light out at night. And now, of course, we are back in the darkness because of the conditions of the sun and what time we are now.
I think today was like 6:58 or 7:02 the sun came up.
And they were saying that in general, accidents are more likely to happen during morning commutes between the hours of 6 and 8 a.m., which, of course, we hear the traffic reports every day. Although I could say the same for 5 o'clock at night. I mean, if I do happen to get out of here early enough to leave around 5 o'clock, the typical rush hour, there's always an accident on 95. Always.
I mean, there's more cars on the road. It's obvious.
So,
I mean, that's not the norm. But most people, 9 to 5 still, so you're going to get more people on, and I worry more in my own mind, more in the morning than I do at night.
I think there seems to be a larger amount of people where the start time varies.
Yeah.
Right. It feels that way anyway, right? In the morning versus in the evening time when 4:30,
6 o'clock.
Yeah. I mean, it almost seems like a 95 is just as busy at 6 as it is at 7 or 8. And coming south anyway on my commute. Now again,
I think
that's
both
not
ways.
everybody, and that's not a blanket statement, but it's just kind of perception that I have.
I mean, when I get out here around 3:30 after the show, it's always packed. And if I left an hour earlier, it would be different. So I think that. But in the morning, it's always, pretty crowded coming up.
Is this traffic right around here typically going on to Okeechobee? Is that why it's usually so busy?
Probably.
Because coming south on 95 right here by anywhere Blue Heron, North Lake, and then coming south, I mean, it is dead stopped whenever I'm
There's
going
a lot
home.
of businesses downtown, so I would assume so, yeah.
That's what I was figuring. It was people jammed, backed up from Okeechobee.
I get off Palm Beach Lakes like one before. It's too much, 45th.
Right.
It's like the line is all the way down 95.
Oh, yeah. There's that too, right?
And then they added, obviously, the Wawa, and people go there. So it can take you 20 minutes to get off the highway.
It's happening up north, too, as much as, down here, because, like, Gatlin and Tradition and that whole area, oh, my God, the buildup. If you ever go up there, it's just amazing how much that's all built up now. And that's what they're doing. They're making the exit ramps onto these main roads like that so much longer just to be able to handle the volume of traffic because we just have built up so much around here.
Oh, yeah, it sucks, especially when you're in a community. I mean, and then you got to wait another 20 minutes to just get off. Not that that's a bad thing.
What?
877-927-6969. 20 minutes.
You might hear that again.
That's a long session, by the way. That's not the standard. 877-927-6969. On the table today, anything you guys want to always bring to the table. Anything on your mind? We were talking about the Oscars a little. Also, daylight savings time. So be careful when you're driving in the morning. Maybe take an extra aspirin or two so to prevent a stroke or something. And also, you can text us at Real Radio 47142.
We got a text. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Talking about the escort, I guess they said that Greek has reserved her for the next weekend. Did you? The escort, $1,500?
Maybe.
We have it 47142. Brett from Melbourne, listening on the iHeartRadio app. Hello, Franny, Greek, and Timothy. Did you notice in the viral picture of Steph Curry with a girl in the background almost popping out of her top, the guy in front of her looking back, waiting for the prizes to come out of that top of hers?
Oh, yeah, it's all
He
over
had
the place.
2 kids next to him, he said. He was like with 2 kids next to him. I wonder if he had to make excuses to his significant other. Maybe he can tell his significant other it's just a game or it's just a girl. He can say he thought someone called his name or whatever. Thanks for the great show. Money is definitely on her dresser.
It's just a show.
I love it. Money's on her dresser. Yes, it is.
Sure, there's a lot of money on her dresser right now.
Apparently, yes.
I mean, who would know this girl's name even? And come on. I mean, I don't know people I work with, but I know Kathleen Taylor. That's the name of that girl.
Not that.
That's a Warriors game. Yeah, give us a call on that or text us, or also you could email Jimmy to get involved with the show. Any of those three things. We always appreciate it.
Just one other recap on the Oscars, too. So if you want, the winners montage.
Best Supporting Actress Oscar, Devine.
You didn't hear it?
Actor in a supporting role, Robert Downey Jr.
Best animated feature.
The Boy and the Heron.
Song. Billie Eilish and Phineas.
The actor in a leading role, Cillian Murphy.
Actress in leading role, Emma Stone.
Best picture, Oppenheimer.
Just a little recap if you hadn't heard who won. And I heard that it was Billie Eilish does smile.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently she does.
She's very, very talented, that Billie Eilish. I love her music. So the Razzies are coming out, too, and that's completely different from the Oscars. It's like the worst of the worst. And so for Worst Picture, they put out there, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. That was the one that they took Winnie the Pooh and made it into a horror flick.
Right.
Worst Actor, Jon Voight for Mercy.
Oh.
Worst Actress, Megan Fox for Johnny and Clyde.
Oh, I don't buy that.
I haven't even heard of it. Worst Supporting Actress, Megan Fox for Expendables.
Wow.
Yep. I've never even heard of Johnny and Clyde. Worst Supporting Actor, Sylvester Stallone for Expendables.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Worst Supporting Couple, Pooh and Piglet for Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
They did not like that film.
Apparently not.
No.
It seems like we're picking on three films here.
Worst Prequel, Remake, Ripoff, or Sequel, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Worst Director, Bryce Frake Waterfield, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Worst Screenplay, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to watch Winnie the Pooh. And they say Winnie the Pooh. I'm tired, Jimmy. And the rare Razzie Redeemer Award, I didn't even know that was a thing, was given once again, this time to The Nanny star and SAG-AFTRA president Fran Drescher for her brilliant, they said, shepherding of the actors guild through a prolonged 2023 strike. Yep, so she got that. So I don't even know. They don't broadcast the Razzies, do they?
I think it's on one
is it on
cable
TV?
station.
Is it?
Yeah, but I don't know which one. I think it's on one.
I mean, who
cable.
shows up? Like, we know that we joked around. You mentioned it just the other day. I love her.
Sandra
What's her?
Bullock?
Sandra Bullock.
Yeah, she showed
when
up.
they
She
actually
win?
accepted her award.
Right.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
do people do it? Do people
I don't
show
know.
up?
I don't think Megan Fox is going to go. I would bet that she doesn't go. I mean,
Yeah.
she's getting crushed on every one.
Do you think Winnie the Pooh shows up?
I hope so. You should.
if he doesn't have a previous engagement, I'm sure he'll be able to make it. Yeah, the Razz Awards are not something that, and it's one of those things that in our society and with awards that it seems like everybody remembers and hears. You know what I mean? Like, oh, she got a Razz Award or he got one, but somebody will forget who the actor was for the Oscars. If you have any opinion on the Oscars, let us know. You can call us and let us know about that, or you could text us, or you can email Jimmy. Those are the ways you can get involved with the show. We're not even going to say this week, bring a pizza. We're going to stay off the pizza. We're not going to ask you guys anymore. Maybe Hot Fudge Sunday. Maybe something like that you could do.
We're talking a little music earlier. You want to do just a quick music trivia question?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, here to see if either of you can get this one. Play along out there. 47142 is the text line. And to start off that text with Real Radio, only 2 people have sold 100 million albums worldwide as a solo artist and 100 million as part of a group.
Ooh.
Any idea who they are?
So each of them was a solo and part of a group?
Yep. And they sold 100 million
Beyonce?
Each as either as a solo artist and in a group. Beyonce is not one of the two.
Paul McCartney?
Paul McCartney is one of them.
Michael Jackson?
And Michael Jackson is not. But the thing about Michael Jackson is they sold, what was it? There's a little, he sold less than 50 million albums. With the Jackson 5, they sold 50 million singles.
Okay.
So they weren't albums. That's why they didn't count. So there's one other person.
And we have a clue?
It is a male.
What, like age-wise?
Age-wise, right now, I would say, 70?
Is it classic? Oh, okay, so older.
Same age range as McCartney, same time frame. Super big in the 80s is how I know him.
Ooh, man.
I know, I'm stumped.
Phil Collins?
It's weird. There you go.
Nice,
I was just going to
job.
give it a hint of like something's in the air.
That was just a total guess.
Yeah.
So I'm going
Nice.
off.
Paul
job.
McCartney and Phil Collins are the only two artists that have sold 100 million albums worldwide and 100 million albums as part of a group. So solo and as a group. And again, the distinction was that Michael Jackson, when he was with the Jackson 5, they sold over 100 million records or singles, not albums.
45s they were.
And that's why they made that little distinction there. But you could, I mean, he's not to take anything away from Michael Jackson. They're doing a biopic with him, I think. I just saw something coming up, too. And apparently they're not going to shy away from the controversy, too, with children.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you see Jimmy Buffett? They're doing a tribute concert to him, and this is going to be at the Hollywood Bowl, April 11th. But
In LA?
you mentioned that, but you mentioned this, and the Beatles, Paul McCartney is part of the lineup, huge lineup.
Oh,
So
wow.
very impressive. It's got Paul McCartney, the Eagles, John Bon Jovi, Kenny Chesney, Sheryl Crow, Eric Church, Brandy Carlisle, Pitbull. And a bunch of celebrities are going to be there along with his very own Coral Reefer Band, too. For his
Surprised it's
tribute.
not down here.
Yeah, the Hollywood Bowl.
That's cool. That is awesome.
Yep.
It is the Penthouse on a Monday. Hope you're having a good day. If you're late for work, it's a little late, but tell them you had a problem with your clock. We're going to come back, do a trifecta, and our first giveaway of the week, and it's a big one. We'll be back.
Real radio is the news junkie.
How young would you go?
Me? I don't know. Not.
What about 21?
I don't know. I really don't.
What if it was just a one-nighter?
I mean, that's fine. We're not talking.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Looks like an accident in Delray Beach. That'll be on 95 southbound on the off-ramp to Atlantic Avenue. That off-ramp currently blocked off. 95 looking at a pretty decent drive so far. Currently accident-free and flowing freely as well. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. And Friday night, it's Fantasy Friday. Costume parties and live stage shows every Friday night. They bring your ultimate fantasy to life, featuring themed costume parties and live stage shows with gorgeous women from Monroe's, entertainers at the top of their game. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Get over there every day with a 5-star menu and beautiful ladies. And Friday night is Fantasy Fridays. Peace!
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical.
However, though, he probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk, too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. We've helped over 30,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you have questions, we have the answers. At Wesley Financial Group, we're dedicated to helping timeshare owners get out of their financial nightmare. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call now for your free timeshare exit information kit. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What's up? I'm tired of feeling so bloated. That used to be me. Then I got this.
Align Bloating Relief plus food digestion. A probiotic, right?
Yeah, it works naturally with your gut to help soothe occasional bloating and gas. Plus, it has vitamin B12 to aid digestion by helping convert food to cellular energy. 2 benefits, 1 capsule.
Align Bloating Relief plus food digestion from the #1 doctor-recommended probiotic brand. Get $5 off at alignprobiotics.com.
Bonus savings on top brands and better sleep are all the buzz at Mattress Firm's Friends and Family sale. Hurry in to save up to $700 with your extra discount. You'll even get a free adjustable base on select beds. Plus, if you see a lower price, Mattress Firm will match it. Restrictions apply.
For more information about contests on the station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings Fantasy.
The 2024 NFL Draft is loaded, but we have to be careful about falling in love with this year's class. A similar story played out a couple of years ago. After Mac Jones was shipped to Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence looked set to become the lone selection to stay with his franchise for the entirety of his rookie deal. Every draft class is different, but with so many similarities between the two classes, the 2021 class could serve as a subtle reminder. I'm Dan Patrick.
Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with code SPORTS, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details.
If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan Patrick. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers like the biggest Little League cheat, Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details and always packs a punch. Never miss the dirt, people. Listen to Playing Dirty Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're in The Penthouse on a Monday. Thanks for always tuning in to Real Radio 921. We do appreciate it. Jimmy's in the house.
Good morning.
And Francis is here.
Hi, good morning.
It's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
All right, there was some free agent news in the NFL. And you know the NFL always takes the top headlines no matter what's going on. Looks like Russell Wilson is going to be in Pittsburgh. Free agency starts tomorrow, but it looks like that's done. Baker Mayfield signed with Tampa Bay for $100 million. Woo-wee! That's just a sweet number. And $50 million of it's guaranteed, so hats off to Baker Mayfield. Panthers stayed hot again on Saturday night, beat the Calgary Flames, I believe 6-1. Hats off to the Panthers. They are in first place in their division. Miami Heat, we've been telling you for a while, this year's trend is when Miami's on the road, they cover the point spread. And when they're home, they do not. And last night for the third game in a row, they did not cover the point spread. Why do you ask? Because they lost the game. They lost to Washington, one of the worst teams in the league. Heaters did not show up. They played flat. The game was close throughout. Washington pulled away at the end, and that's just not a good thing for the Heat. And they have also dropped in the playoff race to 8th now. We don't want to get into 9th or 10th because then if that ends up happening, we're going to have a problem, and we might not even have to play in the playing game to qualify for the playoffs, and that's not a good one. College basketball, women's, Iowa won in overtime. Clark helped her team won the Big Ten tournament, Iowa. South Carolina, LSU. South Carolina's 4-0 against LSU, and these girls don't like each other. And yesterday there was a fight. At the end of the game, there was like 6 people who got ejected. The game was stopped for like 15 minutes. South Carolina stayed perfect, but LSU and South Carolina do not.
That was actual audio. Were you there? From the game, yeah.
That was awesome. They do not get along. And the thing with this is that a lot of those girls are going to be suspended for the first round of the tournament for the Madness for the women's. So they're going to be out of first round. South Carolina plays in LSU. Usually first round. South Carolina is definitely 1 seed. They'll get by without it. But, yeah, it definitely caused some havoc yesterday in that game. And that is your trifecta. Peace.
Well, have you ever seen, and I'm sure we all have, whether it's a joke meme or some sort of a cartoon out there where somebody's walking out of the bathroom and like there's an alarm going off showing that this guy or girl didn't wash their hands. I mean, it's kind of a joke that we've had over the years. Well, apparently we might be getting one of those alarms, and it's actually been out there and something that I've never heard of, and maybe you have. If you have, share with us your experience. 47142, start off at the text with Real Radio. But according to the CDC, we're really going to want this because food workers wash their hands only 33% of the time. Not good news.
Only 33% of the time?
Mm-hmm. And this also has to do not only just with the fact of using the bathroom, but just in general. There's a new product called the hand scanner, which is being described as a hand washing lie detector. It looks like a mounted hand dryer, and a worker places their hands under it after washing their hands, palms up, then palms down, and within a couple of seconds, it'll identify if it recognizes any other contaminants, any bacteria maybe still under like your fingernails or something like that, maybe by a ring or a watch or something like that, where there's maybe you kind of missed, right? So it's not brand new technology. As I said, a similar system is already used in the healthcare industry, and the hand scanner itself is already being introduced to about 10,000 restaurants worldwide, including some Taco Bell and Arby's locations, so even fast food restaurants. Of course, the customers don't see the reports, so it's not like we'll be able to know it, but the idea is that coworkers and managers and things like that would get alerted when they need to rewash their hands. If contaminants are stuck to hard-to-clean places, like I said, like beneath your fingernails and around jewelry or your knuckles, so it'll let you know that so you can rewash.
Well, who's there to watch to make sure that they're using this hand scanner?
Apparently, it'll notify. It'll notify like managers and it'll notify people there.
No, I understand, but like, let's say like it's in the bathroom. Like, who's to say like they just walk past it? Like how is it? Because it looks like a hand dryer, right?
Right.
So who's to say that they're even going to utilize it unless somebody's there watching them in
That's
the
a
bathroom?
good question. I don't know.
Right?
They got to make it that you can't get out of the bathroom.
They lock
unless
you?
Yeah, the door gets locked.
They'll lock you until you do it.
Yeah. The door gets locked until you wash your hands. Then when you wash your hands, you put your hands up.
Like
you're right.
You got to be accountable for yourself. You could be like, nah, I'm just going to leave, not scan my hands.
Then you got to put
possible,
your hands.
right?
Yeah.
Because this also applies to people that
Because a manager would have to be there in the bathroom every time you went to make sure that you were using it.
Yeah.
And it also will detect it if you like wear gloves. So if you're wearing gloves and you're handling food and whatnot, and it'll show over time that some different bacteria that can accumulate on the gloves as well. So the CEO of the company that made the hand scanner says when someone says that their hands are clean, even when because they're wearing gloves, we'll say, well, go ahead and lick them. So it just goes to show, and it's just like to say, well, I don't do this. Well, it's like trying to use an example that even though you wear gloves, your hands still get dirty.
Yeah.
So it's not just for people that don't wear gloves.
Maybe we'll see in a restaurant.
I don't know. We'll see.
But even with gloves, though, too, I mean, like, you don't realize that. Yeah, your hands may not be dirty because you're wearing gloves.
Well, your gloves are.
But you're still contaminating things because your gloves are filthy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, the only time I think you saw a big change with all that is when COVID was here, obviously. But after that, like everything else.
But it's changed so much, man.
Yeah.
When at the gym, after everybody's spraying down everything. And now I see people sweat all over stuff and just walk away.
Yeah.
It's getting back to the way it was.
Back to our old habits.
Back to the way it was.
And I'm sure it's been like that for quite a while.
I wish it was. I wish it was something that would have stuck, but it didn't.
Well, even when you see people, like obviously when COVID was gone, nobody came near anybody. People are back to, obviously, just not now, last year, like hugging, kissing, everything. I mean, you didn't see that. But this is something that should be done automatically. Or a buzzer goes off, like beep, beep, beep.
Yeah, well, that's the running joke where this is something similar to that. The article doesn't address it, though. You're right. I mean, what keeps you from just walking away and not washing it all and that type of thing? I don't know.
I say a locked door. Yeah. I think that would be it. That'd be the only thing. Because then you got to be like, and how good are you washing? Are you really washing? You're just putting your hands in water? I mean,
Well, that's what this does. This detects whether or not when you did wash, whether or not it was effective or not. That's exactly what this does.
And
so
maybe
it takes care of that side of it, but it doesn't have all the answers, Franny.
Yeah, Franny.
All right. Just wondering.
Where's Pete? He went in the bathroom 20 minutes. He must be sick. No, he can't wash his hands.
It's one of those things I'm looking at. I was like, oh, this is a pretty good idea, right? Well, it keeps people from just bypassing.
Debunked it. Sorry.
Well, Jesus, you're absolutely right.
Yep.
It just throws that out the window.
You never know down the road. It could be something that'd be hard to pass that maybe that, restaurants have to get. You always go, a lot of times you walked into places, fast food or anywhere, maybe gas stations, or you always had that little sign.
Yeah, still there.
Yeah, employees must wash hands.
Yeah, they're all over the place, though.
Yeah, so I don't know. Again, it's just you as a person and what you think. And I think it's got to be management also at the restaurant. Maybe telling their workers every single day, send a text out. You know what? Because they're on their phones all the time. I see that more and more people at working that are on their phones.
Well, they'll hire bathroom police.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I'm sorry, Greg. Go ahead. You were saying about the phone.
Yeah. I see more and more people on their phones when they're working. I mean, even at, behind a bar and stuff like that. I know they're not supposed to be doing that, but you send a text. You see somebody, a worker going to men's room, ladies' room, send them a text. Boom. Make sure you wash your hands.
There's downtime. Yep.
Yep. Are we ready for our big giveaway?
We are ready for a big giveaway. Give us a call right now, 877-927-6969. You want to go see comedian Bert Kreischer?
I
do. I said Bert Kreischer. Chrysler.
Go see Bert.
Bert Kreischer. The Fully Loaded Comedy Festival is going on with special guests. Is it Dave Attell?
Yeah,
How
Dave
about
Attell,
that?
Whitney Cummings.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is a great lineup.
Big J. Okerson.
Yep.
Dan Soider, another one. Saturday, June 5th, June 15th, I should say. That's a 1-5, June 15th at I Think Financial Amphitheater. Boy, that is a star-studded show there. I mean, not only Bert, but you got the other guests as well. You want to go see him? Give us a call right now, 877-927-6969. We're going to play a little game called He Said, She Said, and that's very simple. I read you a quote, and you just got to tell us, did Greek say it, did Franny say it, or did Jimmy say it? And if you guess correctly, I'll play the audio to back it up. We'll send you to go see Bert Kreischer at I Think Financial Amphitheater June 15th. It is a Saturday. It's not a school night, kids, so give us a call right now. Phone lines are blowing up. I'm going to get some people lined up, and we'll get going in a minute.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Again, if you want to go, it's 877-927-6969. Jimmy will get the calls, and we will get ready to have this contest. And again, I want to thank you guys always for listening to Real Radio 921. And this is our opportunity to thank you a little bit more. We have a giveaway every day on the Penthouse just to show you that we care and we appreciate you listening to Real Radio at all times. If you had a problem with waking up today, you're not alone because everybody had to put their clocks ahead. If you have that kind of an issue, or maybe your boss already sent you a text saying, don't be late. This is not a good day to be late. Super Bowl, the day after Super Bowl, I think more people are more like, okay, but everybody's aware of this. So this is a day you got to be on time, especially if you go to work in the afternoon. In the morning, maybe, but if you got to start work at 2 or 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock and you walk in late and you're like, hey, the clock's, that's not going to work. So don't do that. Oscars were last night. If you had any highs or lows that you thought that you want to call us about, let us know and give us a call. Always want to hear what your opinion is about everything. And obviously the clocks, are you that upset about it? I heard that all day yesterday from everybody. They were pissed and they were like, oh, this sucks. I hope we can't go back to the other one. Just change it. Let us know if you have an opinion on that. Panthers won again Saturday night. Hats off to the Panthers. And the Heat, not a good weekend. They lost last night to one of the worst teams in the NBA. So the only thing you can do with the Heat when they're playing home is bet against them. They may win, but they do not cover. And it's happened. March Madness is going to be Sunday night. It's a Selection Sunday, the 17th. And this week is the tournaments, all the college tournaments for the divisions, for the conferences. And it's another great way to bet. March Madness, I got some.
When is the last day to fill out a bracket?
The brackets aren't announced until Sunday night.
Sunday night?
So you got all next week.
All right.
Like Monday and Tuesday, all next week.
Okay.
The Selection Sunday is on Jimmy's birthday. Actually, he allowed them to do it this year. The NCAA wanted to do it, and Jimmy was like, all right, it's my birthday, St. Patrick's Day, but I'll let you do it. Jimmy, are we ready?
We are ready here. All right, give me a second, and we'll get going there. And we are starting today's contest with Ron. Ron, welcome to the Penthouse. How you doing today, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great. How about you guys?
We're doing great. How was your weekend?
Great. I was up in Orlando, so it was pretty good.
Oh, nice. Do you mind the time change?
Yeah, I like this time better than the other time, but it's just a pain in the ass going back and forth.
Okay.
It is. Hopefully we'll get that changed. But in the meantime, Ron, let's see if we can get you set up to go see Bert Kreischer. You a big fan?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see the movie The Machine that he was in?
I didn't see The Machine, no.
No, I want to see that too. I haven't seen that one yet, but because it looks like a pretty good flick. But any which way, let's see if we can get you to go see him at I Think Financial Amphitheater. Is going to be there Saturday, June 15th. I'm going to read you a quote. All you got to do, Ron, is tell us, did Greek say it, did Franny say it, or did Jimmy say it? Okay, bud?
Yes, okay.
All right, here is your quote. I can stick that microphone anywhere. I can stick that microphone anywhere. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did Jimmy say that?
Franny said that.
Oh, and I'm sorry about that. That one was me. I can stick that microphone anywhere. Anywhere. Franny thought it was funny, though. So she was a part of it, but sorry about that, Ron. Next up, we have Vanessa on the line. Vanessa, welcome to the Penthouse. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Excellent. Big fan of Bert Kreischer?
I would have to hear some of it, so I'm not sure, but always looking for a good comedy show.
Well, he's
is great.
Certainly a good one.
I think you'll enjoy him.
Star-studded, too. Yeah. I mean, this whole show with Bert as well. So let's see if we can get you down to I Think Financial Amphitheater to go see him on June 15th. I'm going to read you a quote, Vanessa. All you got to do is tell us, Did Greek say it? Did Franny say it? Or did I, Jimmy, say it? Okay?
Okay.
All right. This one's easy. I like crabs. I like crabs. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did I, Jimmy, say that?
Greek.
Oh, and I'm sorry.
It's me, huh?
That one was Miss Francis. It sounded like this.
I like crabs.
I like
Me
crabs.
too.
Mhm.
Love them.
Big fan. I'm sorry about that, Vanessa. Next up, we have Rick on the line. Rick, welcome to the Penthouse. How you doing today, buddy?
Great. How you guys doing?
Doing great, Rick. Big fan of the time change or no?
No, but keep it this way, and I agree with everybody else. Keep it this way.
Yeah, once we've changed, we've already lost the hour. No need to bring it back. Let's keep the daylight in the evening time, I would say. I'm with you on that, Rick. All right, well, Rick, you a big fan of Bert Kreischer and want to go see him at, I Think, Financial Amphitheater on June 15th?
Absolutely.
All right, all you got to do is tell us, did Greek say this, did Franny say this, or did I, Jimmy, say this? Here is your quote. You're stepping on my nuts. You're stepping on my nuts. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did I, Jimmy, say that?
I would like to say Greek said it because he dropped something.
Yep. Well, I don't know if that's why, but that was indeed Greek saying that, and it sounded like this. If I can find it, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where is it? That is no.
You're stepping on my nuts.
You're stepping on my nuts, man. All right, great job, Rick. If you would hang tight, I'm going to put you on hold. When we go to break, I'm going to get back on the line with you off air, and we'll get you set up with those tickets. Okay, bud?
Great. Thank you.
All right, nice job.
Congrats.
That's how you do it right there.
Great job, Jimmy. Thank you for your help always in the Penthouse. So March Madness will start the following week, and $15 billion was spent on it in 2023. That's what people bet on it in 2023.
Legal betting.
Legal betting.
Yeah. We always know that number is more, right?
No, forget it.
And now it's going to be even more legally because we have the sports betting app here.
Yeah. There'll be a couple states that weren't involved there. I think there's 5 or 6 that didn't have it last year at this time. 56% of Americans will be involved in some kind of a bracket contest, whether it's for money, with friends, at work. So that's going to happen too. But $15 billion was bet on it in 2023. $16 billion was bet on the NFL. Now you have to remember March Madness, it's 3 weeks, and there's so many games. So there's just not one game like the Super Bowl. But there is tons of games for 3 weeks, and it's all day long. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's all that day. So, I mean, it's, you know, when it adds into that, you might be like, wow, almost as much as the Super Bowl. Super Bowl's one day. This is huge. So $15 billion will bet on it. We always fill out a bracket in the Penthouse. So I'll fall into all the categories of that where people might be doing some betting on it. Remember, you can bet on your Hard Rock app. And it's a great conversation piece, too. So, you know, you can ask somebody who they like, what's going on, watching the games, bars and restaurants, always a pickup in the next couple of weeks, and traffic, which is good. I love to see the local places doing good. People love to watch it and hang out. And it's not a day that, like years ago, where people would miss work, because years ago, a lot of people would call out, especially men. High percentage would end up calling out of work Thursday and Friday. But now you can watch it on your phone, and you can just sit at your desk. You don't have to worry about it. You can get paid and watch and lose. How good is that? Watch the game, lose money, and you're just hanging out. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142, or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Franny, we have some fun facts. Anything about madness?
Nope, nothing about madness, but today is National Napping Day, and I have some very interesting facts about naps. I'm about to take one.
I was just going to say, are you on that?
Real Radio 92.1.
Because your pets are pretty lonely when you're gone. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Got some slow traffic here on the Turnpike. That's going to be northbound on the approach to Boynton Beach Boulevard. Also looking at a bit of slow traffic here on 95 as well. That's delays northbound on the way to Palm Beach County as you pass Hillsborough. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by
Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Hey, it's a Greek for an iHeartRadio for Tito's Handmade Vodka. Anything you're doing always makes it a better time with Tito's Handmade Vodka. Maybe you're playing some golf with your friends. After a long 18 holes, have some Tito's. Having some people over, just kicking back and having a cigar? Bring some Tito's. Or maybe you're on a boat fishing. Bring some Tito's. Tito's goes good with everything and makes every good time a great time. It's Tito's Handmade Vodka. Add it to any situation. Peace!
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made Storm Smart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, Storm Smart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on Storm Smart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Mary Jane?
That's Dr. Mary Jane to you. MMJ Health provides medical marijuana cards. Qualify at mmjhealth.com and meet a Florida medical marijuana doctor at one of 9 locations from Boca Raton to Melbourne. Money back guaranteed.
Weezer, Indie Rock Road Trip. Coming your way, Saturday, September 21st, Hard Rock Live. Weezer, live, with special guests, The Flaming Lips and Dinosaur Jr. Tickets on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at myhrl.com. Weezer, don't miss out.
Business. It's not a 9-to-5 proposition. It's all day and into the night. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these businesses is a partner like Comcast Business helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide. All these businesses choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business. From Main Street to Wall Street, our people are powering the businesses that power it all. So when you're ready to unlock what's possible for your business, there's no one better to answer the call. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply. Call or visit ComcastBusiness.com to learn more.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations, like 24/7 comedy.
They were really donut holes. The bag would be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
Should we call someone? I'm like, no, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Join us tonight for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by The Hartford, live at South by Southwest. We'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year and celebrate the most innovative talent and creators in the industry. Watch tonight, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel.
Presented by The Hartford Small Business Insurance. Learn more or start a quote at thehartford.com/small business. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back.
Real Radio weather
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are mostly sunny as we continue to move through our Monday morning. Temperatures are slowly warming up. Our highs today only in the mid-70s. It's going to be nice and comfortable out there. A north wind around 10 to 15 miles per hour, so a nice breeze too. And we'll stay sunny through the afternoon. Closer to the upper 70s for tomorrow. Temperatures will then continue to slowly warm for the rest of the week.
This report is sponsored by the Florida Department of Transportation. Hey, listeners, before celebrating St. Patrick's Day this year, remember to plan ahead and know all your options. If you drink, don't get behind the wheel. Instead, designate a sober driver or catch a ride service. And if you are the designated sober driver, commit to staying sober. Don't let your luck run out.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. It means that when you hire us, you get a legal army. When it comes to law, size matters. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're in the Penthouse on a Monday. Getting ready for St. Pat's Day, baby. Ernie Gobron, Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
And Francis is here.
Hey, hey.
And it is time for some fun facts. What? We don't know.
It's Fanny's Fun Facts. I told you it was about napping. Today is a few holidays, including it's National Napping Day. So you have an excuse to take a nap. National Napping Day.
Are you going to take a nap today, you think?
I always
1
say I
o'clock?
will, and I probably, 1 o'clock right now. I don't. 3/11 Day. National Promposal Day.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's when you ask your sweetheart out to the prom.
Or a friend.
Or a friend, whatever you want to do. It's Debunking Day. And it's Key Deer Awareness Day. I know we have those down south. But let's start with these napping fun facts. There are 5 types of naps. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
5 different nap types have been identified depending on their duration. There's a nano nap. It's the kind of nap you can get in easily. For example, when you fall asleep during a train or subway ride, only a few seconds more or less. That's it. A nano nap. A micro nap. Also in this case, it's like a sleep attack, they call it. Like the first one, but this is a longer nap from 2 to 5 minutes. What's the point? There's an original power nap.
I mean, that's 2 to 5 minutes is nothing.
There's an original power nap. This is the ultimate nap, the one you get on the couch and takes more or less 20 to 30 minutes with extraordinary benefits for most of us. That original power nap. Then there's a lazy nap. The last one is almost a real sleep. In fact, this category means a nap of 50 to 90 minutes. It's also the only kind of naps that allow us to reach that REM stage.
Okay. Now, do you think when you take a nap, if you leave your clothes, like you don't change your clothes, does that mean anything? Like you're just laying down for a couple minutes?
That's a nap.
Yeah, that's technically a nap? Okay.
It doesn't matter.
You're down? Because a lot of
your
people
clothes.
Well, because you put on maybe like something casual. You say you come home from work, you got like dress clothes on, and you're like, hey, I'm going to lay down for a couple of minutes, but you leave your clothes on. Then you get up and you're like ready to go. But if you've changed.
But it's still a nap.
I know. I'm just trying to help people.
That's what we do.
How are you helping?
It's what you do, Greek. It's amazing how selfless you are.
How are we helping?
Preach.
They actually have are you a racing napper? So why do you not participate in the National Siesta Championship? Yes, it takes place every year in Madrid, and you get over about $1,000 just for sleeping. So I had to look this thing up.
That's good.
I had to look this thing up, and they put you like in these little couch, like cubicle things, and there is a ref sitting in a chair checking over you.
We should start it here.
Contestants gather in a square booth, each connect to a heart rate monitor and a gadget. There is a judge perched on a lifeguard stand, and he keeps watch for signs of snoring, drooling, or amusing sleep positions.
Wow.
Points are awarded for each of these occurrences, as well as for sleeping attire that catches the eye.
Ooh.
The winner of each round pockets 30 euros, and their points advance to the winner's bracket. Ultimately, the competitor with the most overall points claims that grand prize exceeding 1,000 euros.
We should start that
Just for napping.
Yeah.
Napping competition.
Nice. Napping champ, Jimmy, you tell somebody 3 years in a row running. Thank you very much. They're like, what are you doing? I nap professionally.
Yeah, that's what I do.
That's what I do. Don't nap while you're sleeping, by the way. That's not a good thing. Thank you.
What? Don't nap while you're sleeping.
I meant when you're driving.
Okay.
Don't nap when you're sleeping. I thought that was a very effective message.
Huh. I got a couple more here, G-Man. Humans nap differently than other animals. The vast majority of other animals in the animal kingdom sleep for short periods of time throughout the day whenever their bodies tell them, like, hey, you need to rest. So, like, all right, I'm resting. We, on the other hand, designate a large chunk of time for sleep and a large chunk of time for wakefulness, intentionally delaying rest when we feel tired. So we're the ones who we just stay up because we know that's just what we're used to.
Yep.
But when animals are tired, they're like, all right, I'm out. I'm just going to go to sleep.
That'd be cool.
Right?
Imagine if people did that.
I agree.
Yeah, you just hang out. That's 20 minutes here.
And then finally here, the coffee nap is one of the most effective ways to rebound your energy levels. I believe we've talked about this. Simply drink a cup of coffee, then sprawl out on your couch for your power nap. So you have the coffee and then right away nap. 20 minutes later, when you wake up, you feel more refreshed and alert than ever. The boost you feel from caffeine doesn't typically kick in full force until 30 minutes after you've consumed it.
Oh, really?
So that napping during the period of time helps your body process existing feelings of drowsiness while you wait for the caffeine to take effect. So they said it's a win-win. And there you go for your napping fun facts.
Thank you. So you take a nap, you have a cup of coffee, you take a nap, then when you wake up, you feel rested, and then you get the jolt at the caffeine. That's pretty good. 2 in 1, people. We do it for you every day.
Or just do a pump of Coke.
There you go.
What?
Oh.
Hey, by the way, we're talking about naps and siestas. We got Manny on the line. Hey, Manny,
Are we about
welcome
to take
to
a
the
nap?
Penthouse. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, good. Hey, guys. Hey, Franny.
Hey, Manny.
What if I fall asleep on the couch with my shoes on, but my feet are hanging off the couch?
It's still a nap.
Okay.
Manny, how was the weekend?
Pretty good, man. I just rested. My body be hurting at the end of the week. I'm getting too old. So I like to relax, hang out with my nephews.
Wait a minute. Your body's too old. Aren't you 30 years old?
44.
Are you really? Wow, you look good. I haven't seen you in years, though. Wow, 44. When you get married? When you have kids?
No, that's past.
All right, good. How about the change of clock? Did that bother you, Manny?
I don't think it really affects me. I've never put too much thought into it.
Okay.
Because, even on the weekends when I don't work, my internal clock wakes me up regardless, 5:45, 6 o'clock.
Yes.
So it doesn't, I woke up yesterday and
it's a good thing.
Yeah, thank you. And I knocked back out. So then I woke up a little bit later, and I thought it was, still the middle of the night, but it was dark, and it was 7 in the morning. It kind of caught me by surprise. But other than that, no, not really. How about you, G? How was your weekend?
It was nice. Very quiet, good. Same old shenanigans, a lot of fun, and hung out with some friends. Didn't really do much, but a good time.
You have an amazing life. What about you, Jimmy?
We had a good time and did a little, the little green market action over in Tradition Square in the morning, and went around, did a little bit of clothes shopping, took some stuff, and ran a bunch of errands on Sunday. That was the big thing, and that was about it.
Congratulations on the new crib, bro.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Manny.
No problem. Well, I hope you guys have a good week, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, Manny, thanks for the call. You're an ace, baby. Have yourself a good week. Go ahead.
No, you.
877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You could also text us at Real Radio 471 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
Now, you're just talking about caffeine and coffee and, giving yourself a little wake up after a power nap. Apparently, you may not be able to do the old decaf here pretty soon in California if lawmakers have their way. They're looking to ban decaf coffee in California. The issue is that manufacturers that use methylene chloride to remove the caffeine from the coffee beans. And that's a chemical that's also used in paint stripper, just to give you an idea.
I didn't know that.
Which has been labeled, obviously, a probable carcinogen. It makes sense, right? And obviously not too good for you if it's in paint stripper. After being linked to several cancers, including blood and breast cancer. Coffee manufacturers argue that the chemicals completely wash out after the beans have been treated, so there shouldn't be anything left. Plus, any remnants would be burned off when the beans are heated up to 400 degrees during their roasting. But in 2020, a study by a consumer group, 10 out of the 25 decaf coffee brands they tested contained chemicals afterwards, right? With brands like Amazon Fresh and Kroger's being the worst offenders. Even then, the levels were low, though, and didn't exceed the FDA's max level for safety. So it's one of those things that apparently there is still a little residue left, but it doesn't exceed safety measures. The bill in California has several hurdles to clear before becoming a law. If it does, the state will ban all decaf coffees using the chemical by 2027. And, of course, the National Coffee Association says that the overwhelming weight of an independent scientific evidence shows that drinking decaf is safe. So, obviously, they're going to stick up for it. It's understandable, right? There are other ways to decaffeinate coffee, as you can imagine, including a process that uses carbon dioxide and water, but of course, it's more expensive, which is why they don't do it. Like it or not, California has been tough on potential carcinogens. Last year, California became the first state to ban 4 candy chemicals linked to cancers and other health problems. So there you have it. You may not be able to get decaf in California soon, or at least not done in that process.
Thank you, Jimmy. So if you're out in California, remember that. If you're not planning on going to California, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
877-927-6969. Oscars were last night. Did you watch it? What did you think? What were the highs and lows? Did anybody steal the show? Let us know about it. Average commercial was $2.2 million for 30 seconds. A little different than the Super Bowl. Super Bowl was what, $7 million, correct?
Something like that, but still outrageous. I mean, as Jimmy mentioned, I just don't know how many people watch the Oscars.
I'm going to say 3 million, 4 million. Nah, you know what? Maybe higher. I'm going to go 6.5 million.
They might have got a bump this year with the, again, 2 big films. Jimmy Kimmel usually gets good reviews in the past, so knowing that he was going to host it, I could see where they got maybe a little bit of bump in viewership.
Now, Jimmy, did you see the movie of the year?
Oppenheimer?
Yeah.
I saw it. I thought it was terrible.
Really?
That's just my own personal opinion.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't see it.
It was long, right?
Oh, it's boring as hell.
Okay.
I barely got through it.
Really?
Carla fell asleep. Yeah. I almost fell asleep, but I was so determined to watch the whole thing from beginning to end because we paid.
You kept yourself
We rented
awake.
it, so it was one of those things. Well, if I'm getting my money's worth, but I couldn't get into the movie, and I love movies that are kind of like that, but the storyline was just boring. But,
great staff, though, right?
But here's the
Cast.
thing. Awesome cast. I mean, no doubt about it. Cillian Murphy's just awesome. Robert Downey Jr. was in there too, and he did a great job. The acting was great. I mean, I think they both, deserve any awards that they got. I just couldn't get it. The movie, the storyline just didn't get with me, and I loved the whole idea, between the around the Manhattan Project and everything. So, in history, you were saying there, and I do. It's I just didn't think it was great. But that's just me, and I'm putting that more on me than anything else because obviously this thing has won a ton of awards. So
I think it got 8.
I didn't know Robert Downey Jr. was in it. I had no idea. And that's what he won for Best Supporting?
Yeah, Best Supporting. He is, I think he's bald or he's mostly bald in the movie. So he doesn't look like himself. I mean, you really got to kind of see the facial features to be able to see it. And of course, in the time frame, they dress differently and everything.
Yes.
So that matters too. I think it was up for, speaking of that, costume because of the whole tie-in with John Cena and that little gig that they did. But go ahead and see the movie. I mean, I don't tell you, I wouldn't recommend not seeing it because it was obviously very acclaimed. So
I'll wait till it's free.
Yeah. Well, there's that.
Yeah, I think it is. I think you can start streaming it now, right?
Can you?
I believe so.
If you can, maybe on Max.
Maybe.
Like that's where I would guess it. You can see it.
I think it won 8 Academy Awards last night, which is
Yeah,
tremendous.
yeah.
I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, anytime somebody starts getting over any film, 3 or 4 or 5.
And again, Killian was one of the reasons because I think he won for Best Actor, right? And obviously it was for that movie and great acting. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was awesome that way. Just it was the storyline that I didn't care for, but again, just one person's opinion. So.
Matt Damon was in it, right?
Yeah. Emily
Matt
Blunt, Matt Damon.
Okay.
Was Matt Damon better in that movie or the Duncan commercial? What did you think?
Duncan. Oh, Duncan, definitely. No doubt.
He was pissed he didn't get nominated for that.
Was that it? Was that what he was upset about?
Him and Ben. They were like, no Duncan Academy Award for us? Come on.
It's on Peacock. So you can watch
Peacock
it. You can watch it for free on Peacock, and then it says that you can rent it on Amazon and Vudu.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. If you've got Peacock, you can watch it there. And go ahead. I recommend it. I mean, maybe it's for you.
Everybody's different, like you said.
No, is it Pierce Brosnan said that he wants Cillian Murphy to be the next James Bond. He thinks he should play the next one.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Saw that. He apparently saw. But I could see that. I could see him being a good Bond.
877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you want to get involved with the show. You can bring up anything you guys want. You want to talk about the madness that's going to be here and take over our society, not only with gambling, but brackets that you fill out at work. Do you think brackets at work are good? Do you think it's good for morale? Or you're like, I don't think that's good. Let us know if you also have an opinion about the Oscars.
So I talked about Peacock and stuff, and that is a streaming service, and you have to have a membership to it. So not necessarily streaming services, but somebody went on a Reddit thread and was asking, like, hey, what is a membership that is 100% worth every penny you pay? And this person was like, well, yours perked right up. I'm all about a good deal, and here are some of the best suggestions people made on the thread.
All right.
The PBS Passport. Never heard of it. Local TV shows, award-winning documentaries, Nova, and foreign TV for $5 and no ads. All other streaming services get more expensive each year, and the content is usually crappy reality TV or romantic comedies. So according to this person, PBS Passport is a way to go if you like award-winning documentaries and local TV shows. AARP, if you can get it, fear of age. Most people don't know that you only have to be 18. Oh, so I guess not. And the discount I can get at most restaurants is better than the discount I get from being a vet usually. Let me say again, you only have to be 18.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
I had to be 55.
I thought so too.
Okay, there you go.
Yep. They said the most used for me are the restaurant discounts, usually 10%, sometimes 50%, just depends. But also discounts on lodging, vehicle rentals, all kinds of stuff. Right. So there you go. This person, these are subscriptions people say are worth every penny. Massage subscriptions.
Yeah.
Yep, monthly massage or facial. They said I'm all about the massage, though. Some of the best money ever spent. It says I bounce around randomly various places and towns, and I found what I liked, and they did membership, so I jumped on it. And you do it where you can go to independent spas, but few, if any, offer memberships. There are some that do. But yeah, they say that the experience is fantastic for the membership one. I did that a long time ago.
I'm sure it's good.
Yep.
And it's a nice reward for yourself.
This one I've never heard of. And I don't know if it's everywhere. Emergency medical transportation membership.
Okay.
Yep. Somebody says, I'm a paramedic. Please because they're saying heed this information. If you outside of a major city, hell, even if your city's hospital isn't the best, seriously consider purchasing a membership to your closest air medical helicopter company. The cost isn't outrageous, and it saves you if you ever need to use it. Helicopter bills are expensive, and insurance will leave you out to dry on them.
Wow.
It's the best interest to inquire about purchasing membership if they're offered.
Okay.
Didn't know it was a thing.
No.
Right?
That's not something you would think of.
You'll love this one, Jimmy. A nudist resort.
Oh!
Yes.
I was waiting. I was wondering whether it was going to come up or if I had to bring it up.
About 10 years ago, I was a member of the nudist resort near me. For giggles, I brought in my college ID, about $160 a year for 24-hour access to the resort and grounds. That's it.
Worth every dime.
You know, right?
Mm-hmm.
160. Yeah. They got a pool, big hot tub, gym, sauna, all this stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sounds nice.
160.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to use though.
Yep. AMC offers an A-list. You pay $26 a month for 3 movies a week. My preferred theater tickets for that are already like $22. So each movie I see a month after the first is essentially free.
That's a great deal.
Yeah. We have an AMC A-List. G-Man, you love the YMCA. Pay $70 a month.
How much?
$70 a month.
That's a lot.
For a family of 4.
Oh, that's not bad.
No.
I'm 3 short.
Yeah. $70 a month for a family of 4 includes the use of the pool, gym, sauna, and up to 4 hours of childcare a day. I go nearly every day, and this person's lost 60 pounds in over the last 6 months.
Oh, that's great.
Uh-huh. They said it's also my only childcare as I'm a stay-at-home mom, so it keeps me sane, according to this person. We know AAA. They said, I've had AAA membership from the day I became a licensed driver. I've never regretted it. At least where I live, they offer DMV services. License renewal without going to the DMV is priceless. Interesting. I don't know what city or what state they live in. These are things, memberships that people say are worth every penny. National park passes, especially if you're a senior or veteran. They say the U.S. National Park Senior Pass is the best bargain in the nation. They said also don't forget the veterans and Gold Star families can get a complimentary Lifetime America the Beautiful Pass. Anyone with a permanent disability can get a Lifetime Pass for free too. You know what I just saw? Jonathan Dickinson Park, which is close to us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jupiter area, Hope Sound. They offer glamping. I had a friend who
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
She posted pictures of it. I was like, that looks really nice. Looks fun. We're talking about memberships. If you have any that's like worth every penny, 47142 started off with Real Radio. Let's see. REI. Don't know what that is. Not sure how common it is nationwide, but as an outdoors person, it's great. One-time sign-up fee for $30. I get 10% back on all my purchases. I believe my first purchase was a new snowboard and new bindings, and the 10% made back on it already surpassed the $30 I spent once I got my membership. Never heard of it. Calm. The Calm app, $70 a year. So less than 20 cents per day. I use the baby soundscape every night to sleep. Don't you use an app for sleeping, Jimmy?
There's ones that you can get for free online, and it just they'll play some, like white noise type things.
Yeah.
The one that I use, you can you do like rain or fire crackle or just a couple of. It only has a couple of basics.
This one's interesting. It says my brain has now learned that when it hears that rhythmic sound, it's time for sleep.
Right.
So you're training your brain to be like, all right, yeah. They say there's also on that one, there's soundscapes depending on what you're looking for, as well as sleep stories read by Cillian Murphy, Harry Styles, Matthew McConaughey, LeVar Burton, just to name a few.
Wow.
So they'll read you stories to go to sleep.
Oh, nice.
On Calm.
How about Halle Berry? Can she read me a story?
I don't know. Maybe she can. And then finally here, they said, get a Zoom memberships. Parents know this one trick. Zoom memberships. Get the one, including, they said this one for all NYC zoos. I'm curious. Palm Beach Zoo has a membership too. But including guest passes, free parking. Sounds pricey up front, but we go at least once a month through spring and summer for a day out, bringing grandparents, friends, cousins, all this stuff. So they say these are all the memberships people claim are worth every single penny. If you have one, you can let us know. 47142 started off with Real Radio.
That one I use is Soft Murmur.
Soft Murmur?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it's and again, that was free for what I use it for, but I think there is a paid one that'll have more options of things that you can put on there, and you can kind of mix them, right? Too. It's not just rain, or it's not just, you can actually have both of them kind of mixed together. They have a way of doing that. So, and it's easy to do. You can just pop it right up on your computer.
How long did it last? What was it played for?
So it'll just until you turn it off.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's just constantly going. Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I thought
so
maybe
I wake up in the morning, it's playing. I go and turn it off, and that's it.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
Yep.
If you need something like that, you can't sleep, and maybe that'll relax you. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call always to get involved in the show. And at 11:45, always remember that number, because that's your chance for you guys to get a prize, because we appreciate you always tuning in to Real Radio.
Stacy, for memberships, she said at 47142, she said we were able to get, I think, lawn passes for $200 each.
Yes,
and we're planning on going to 20 concerts this year.
Oh, wow.
Works out. $10 a concert. That ain't bad.
No, one of my buddies does that every year, and he always raves about it. That he goes, but he utilizes it, and he goes to a lot of concerts.
Well, it's like anything, right?
Yeah,
if you don't use it, then it's not worth it.
Not worth it.
Kind Diners Society, $8.99 a month, gives you 20% off participating restaurants. Excellent story behind them. They randomly give large tips to unexpected waiters and waitresses. Never heard of it. Kind Diners Society. Got to look into it.
My parents, they'll get those coupon books. They pick it up for, and matter of fact, they'll get it on like senior day or something. So they'll pick it up for $10 and, matter of fact, we're talking, what is this, March, not even about a little over a week in March, and they've already paid for itself 10 times over.
Yeah, I think anytime that you can, get something on the arm or free or you work toward it, it's always a nice feeling when you walk into a place. They're like, hey, you know what? This one's on us. I hope your bank would do that. How about that? You walk into your bank and they say, you know what? We're going to put an extra $5,000 in your account today.
Yeah,
I'd be like,
maybe
awesome.
Maybe your bookie.
I don't know about your bookie doing it.
No.
You probably got a better shot
Free
at your
bet?
bank.
Free bet?
Oh, free bets they give you around the holidays.
Yeah.
Most bookies, and that is 100% true. They'll always say, hey, you know what? Here's a free play.
I mean, I said that as a joke with the bookies. I know Hard Rock has it where they'll give you, when you sign up, they give you the 100, as a free bets or some other deals. They've got all kinds of deals all the time on there.
Yeah, they would always ask me, like, you want to bet a free bet or the money actual to cash? And that was always something nice that I did. The bookies were very good business people. All right, we're going to be back with a trifecta and so much more on a Monday. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
How young would you go?
Me? I don't know. Not.
What about 21?
I don't know. I really don't.
What if it was just a one-nighter?
I mean, that's fine. We're not talking.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Hassle-free drive along the Palm Beaches. We're looking good on the Monday commute. No major delays on the expressways. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. Save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors and more. Save now at Dell.com/deals.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil fiber powders help promote your daily digestive health using a plant-based fiber called psyllium. The gelling action of this special fiber traps and removes waste so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil, promoting digestive health for a better you. Learn more at metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. And Friday night, it's Fantasy Friday. Costume parties and live stage shows every Friday night. They bring your ultimate fantasy to life, featuring themed costume parties and live stage shows with gorgeous women from Monroe's, entertainers at the top of their game. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Get over there every day with a 5-star menu and beautiful ladies. And Friday night, it's Fantasy Fridays. Peace!
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical.
However, though, he probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Joint pain. It's something that can literally stop us in our tracks. At QC Kinetics, we offer a revolutionary specialized course of treatment perfected over 10 years that can eliminate your pain. Our regenerative therapies actually repair damaged tissue, restoring the joint and eliminating the pain, not masking it with drugs or risky invasive surgery. If you suffer with joint pain, arthritis, age, degeneration, or a sports injury and have been told you need knee, hip, shoulder, or back surgery, QC Kinetics offers revolutionary non-surgical solutions with actual regrowth of your own tissue with no downtime and long-lasting results. Call right now and set up your free examination with one of our highly specialized doctors at one of our 6 leading-edge clinics in Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami. Experience VIP medical care at its best. Call right now and see how you can get your first treatment free. Call 800-375-1971. That's 800-375-1971. 800-375-1971.
I
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil fiber powders help promote your daily digestive health using a plant-based fiber called psyllium. The gelling action of this special fiber traps and removes waste so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil, promoting digestive health for a better you. Learn more at Metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Give the star in your life the brightest gift in the world. Name a star after them. This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. For $59 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, you can name a star for birthdays, weddings, or even memorials. Over 45 years, we have named millions of stars for celebrities and individuals from around the world. The star you name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333.
Now, during Staples' Print Big Sale, get $20 off your print purchase of $100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of $300 or more. So the more you print at Staples, the more you save. To demonstrate, print at Staples, you save. But if you print at Staples, you save. See how that works? Staples Print Big Sale. Print more, save more. Up to $100. Ends 4/6. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And with My Lowe's Rewards, your savings just keep coming with members-only offers. Learn more about the new loyalty program at lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Subject to terms and conditions, see lowes.com/terms for details.
Car accident? Call Smith Ball Baez and Prather at 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are mostly sunny as we continue to move through our Monday morning. Temperatures are slowly warming up. Our highs today only in the mid-70s. It's going to be nice and comfortable out there. A north wind around 10 to 15 miles per hour, so a nice breeze too. And we'll stay sunny through the afternoon. Closer to the upper 70s for tomorrow. Temperatures will then continue to slowly warm for the rest of the week.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Come to Audible and discover the best selection of audiobooks without exception. Bestsellers, new releases, plus podcasts and exclusive Audible originals. You'll find everything you love all in one place. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan Patrick. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers like the biggest Little League cheat, Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details and always packs a punch. Never miss the dirt, people. Listen to Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're in The Penthouse on a Monday. I hope you had a good weekend. And if you missed on that, maybe that hour, hopefully you can take a nap sometime during the day and make it all up. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's going on?
And it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
All right, Panthers won Saturday night. Big game. They are on fire, playing very good. Just picked up a big trade, and they won 6-1 over Calgary Flames, so they remain in first place. Let's go, Panthers. Russell Wilson looks like he's going to sign with the Steelers. That's what all the indications are out there. And they're going to get him for only $1 million and change because he's getting paid $85 million over the next 2 years from Denver. So that could be a great pickup for the Steelers. Baker Mayfield signed with Tampa, $100 million for 3 years, and $50 of that money is guaranteed. The Miami Heat have a hard time when they're home. Sometimes they don't cover, and sometimes they lose. Only when they're home. They're better on the road. But they did lose last night to the Wizards, one of the worst teams in the league, and they were laying 12.5 points. So we've been telling this for about a month. If you're betting on the Hard Rock app, when Miami's home, bet against them. So fourth game in a row, they have not covered as a favorite at home. They are a different team when they're on the highway. And Wednesday night, they got a big game. They are hosting the Denver Nuggets, the champs. And that's a game they'll probably play close. It's just the way the Heat are. I don't know what it is, but they play better against better teams. When they were playing weaker teams, they just do not play good. And that is your lunchtime trifecta. Jimmy, do you have somebody on hold?
Yeah, want to take a phone call? We got our buddy Jorge checking in with us. Hey, Jorge, what's going on, buddy?
Not too much. Happy Monday to everyone.
Happy Monday to you, Jorge. How are you, my friend?
Jorge is good, Greg. Jorge is good.
Good. How's the weekend?
Good. Yeah. I see that Mac Jones got traded to Jacksonville, huh?
Yes, for a couple draft picks.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he'll start his career all over again, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a good spot for him. I mean, he'll be a backup. I think he knows that going in, which is always good when you know your place on a team or in life or at work or relationship. You know what he's doing. So I don't think he's looking to be the starter, and I don't think he will be. But in the NFL today, you need two good quarterbacks because we saw last year how many guys got hurt.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. You always need a backup plan.
What else is on there?
What's it? Excuse me?
I said, what else do you have?
Nothing. You were talking about the Oscars last night.
Yeah, what was your favorite part, Jorge?
I was never a fan of Sesame Street, buddy, but I'll tell you what. I think the only other place you'd find more douchebags in one room would be at the Massengill plant. You know?
So bad. What makes them douchebags to you?
They're all douchebags. De Niro, that Jimmy Kimmel, all these left-wing douchebags, yeah.
Is that a T-shirt or a billboard?
Oh, my goodness.
Is that a T-shirt or a billboard? Douchebags. Do you know any of them personally? Like, if you ever hung out with them to confirm this feeling you have about them?
No, I just know it, buddy. I just know it. And John Cena, he tops the list too. You know,
you put him in the douchebag category.
Oh, come on! You like that bit he did coming out naked like that? I know it.
I didn't watch it. I don't watch that stuff, Jimmy. That stuff does not interest me.
But you're familiar with it. It's enough interest that you do look into it, though.
No, I didn't look into it. Just from what you guys were talking about, you know.
Yeah, he came out naked and on the Oscars. But you're not a fan of John Cena either. You put him in the douchebag category. Is it tough to get into the douchebag category?
I don't think it is for Jorge. I don't think it is.
John Cena's from my neck of the woods up there, and all my buddies talk about him, and they say he's a douchebag. You know.
All right. We're gonna go with your buddy.
Yeah, he's one I haven't heard of. I mean, I obviously with Jimmy Kimmel and the others, De Niro and everything, but I didn't hear that about Cena.
Oh yeah, just like those Kelsey boys, the two crybabies. That's all they do is whine.
I love it. Let's make it a little simpler. Who's on the good list? Because we know the world is basically on a bad list. Who's in favor? Like, do you give thumbs up on your list?
Donald Trump.
That was quick.
All right, that's it. Are we done? We're done?
Oh, yeah, but, I know that you guys can't talk about it because iHeart is a left-wing owned company, so.
No, that's our choice. We don't discuss politics on this show.
Yeah, it's more us than anything.
Yeah, it really is. It's not iHeart's
Yeah,
decision.
because there's a lot of political shows that iHeart has. Yeah, but just not our thing.
And conservative, too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
How about us? Are we on the good list, Jorge?
Oh, yeah, you guys are on you made Santa's list, you guys.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Thank God. I can kick ass today, baby. Because the douchebag list is big.
Oh, yeah. The whole state of California is nothing but douchebags out there.
Wow. And where would Mahomes be on that list?
He's definitely on the douchebag list.
You think?
For Jorge, yes.
He rates higher than a douchebag, buddy.
Oh, wow. Is that a compliment?
It's not a good. No, it's not a compliment. No.
And I got your text the other day that you want me to try to get you Taylor Swift tickets.
Yeah. We're working on them.
Oh, yeah.
You wanted Switzerland, right? I do believe.
She's going to be in Miami in October, so get ready. November.
Oh, yeah. She'd probably bring a whiny ass with her, too.
Whiny ass. No, he'll be playing. Whiny ass will be playing. So he's not coming when she's down here in October. Whiny ass will not be here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I couldn't believe it when I seen those two crying together,
Who?
Jesus. The Kelsey boys there when the one was retiring.
Well, they were emotional, though. The guy played 13 years as his brother.
Yeah, Jorge, have a heart, will you?
Oh, yeah. Let me ask you this, Greek. When you retire from iHeart, are you going to cry like that?
They will.
Increase mine, they will.
They'll look at the money. They won't care about me. They don't care about me if I live or die. Just the money. And it's business. I get it. You know what? They use me. I use them. So it's a great relationship.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm very happy.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you? I love your calls, brother. You do crack me up. And douchebag list could probably get some legs under that. You can see that on a billboard walking down 95, driving down 95. And Jorge's top 10 douchebag list. So we're going to ask you to think about it overnight to call back tomorrow for the top 3 douchebags.
Top 3 douchebags.
Welcome home,
okay.
douchebag.
Yeah, there you go. All right. That sounds like a plan. I can do that.
All right, so you call in tomorrow and give us your top 3 douchebags tomorrow. Jorge's list at about the same time, 12:45.
Douchebag.
Yeah. And let us know about that.
All right.
You're the best, Jorge.
Right.
Thanks.
There you go.
Douchebag.
He's awesome. He really is. He's very true to his opinions, though, you got to say.
Yeah, well, that's true. No doubt about that.
I mean, when he's on something, that's it.
Well, speaking of douchebags, here's one for you. Dawn Thompson, she's 45 years old and is charged with 1 count of theft by unlawful taking of $5,000 plus. Police said that she used to exploit a pump for free gasoline for more than 6 months. Police got a call from a loss prevention manager, and the manager got word from a gas station that someone has been participating in a fuel scam. Upon a further investigation, police learned that the fuel pumps received a software update in November of 2022. This is where it started. The update manager managed orders and reward cards, and it made it at the request of a customer and staff. So what they did is when they did the update, they were able to exploit this rewards card system that was built into it.
Okay.
The update was it allowed anyone to swipe a rewards card twice to enter the pump into demo mode, and that's what it would do. It would put it into a different mode, and from there, the user could pump gas for free. The loss prevention manager discovered one card had been repeatedly used to get free gas. By tracing the card's information, police were able to identify the woman, Dawn Thompson. Police think that the rewards card was used about 510 times. Wow. It's estimated that 7,413 gallons of gasoline were pumped during the use. And when they averaged it out, it equaled out to about $27,000 worth of gas. And apparently she was letting her friends use it too. So
she just found a way to scam the system with a rewards card?
Yeah, so if you swiped it twice, that put it into demo mode. And when it was in demo mode, it would pump and it wouldn't charge. There was nothing to charge.
It's kind of on them too, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, software updated.
Yeah.
I guess they needed a reason for it, but she was able to exploit it. She found out about it. So get this, they found out the problem with it. They changed it, and they were able to do another update to keep it from happening again. As soon as that happened, she sold the card to somebody else with the assumption that it still worked.
Oh, wow.
So she actually scammed the scammer.
Oh, wow.
For it, too. Yeah, so
Wow,
she's
scam
been
the
arrested,
scammer.
and she's out on bond right now. But, yeah, she's going to she's going to spend some time behind bars for that one.
Wow. Dana White, if you're not familiar with him, he is the man behind the UFC. He's not happy about Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fighting. He had a comment over the weekend. He said, I don't know why these guys do it. It's not a real fight. And his opinion is that they shouldn't do it at all. He said he loves Mike Tyson personally, but he's not sure why they're doing this. And
For
why-
money. You know that, Dana White. You should know more than anybody. It's all about the money.
Yeah,
really.
It's just his comment about it, and he feels, and I'm sure he feels that also anything that takes away from UFC or that people can, spend money on UFC is not a good thing. But yeah, he's like, I just don't know why it's. Again, when they announced it, we heard a lot about it for a couple days. It's died down. It'll pick up in July. It is July 20th, and you'll hear a lot of people talking about it again. I think they're going to do the fight. I don't think they'll have any problems. And I think it'll take off. And I do think the AT&T Stadium is going to be sold out. I talked about it last week. Most people I've talked to, guys and even a few girls, like, yeah, I want to watch it. I want to check it out. I mean, you got two big names like that. You're definitely going to get some interest. And that's what people say. But Dana White, not a fan of it. I'm not surprised that he's like, I'm not really doing this. I'm not a big fan of it. If you went to the fight over the weekend down in Miami, call us. 877-927-6969. I think Dom did go. Dominic, who works with us, I think he went down to Miami to check out the fights. And like Franny said, it was sold out. I'm always amazed that a little bit like even the WWE things when they have those where they just pack them in, the people.
They normally set records for attendance.
Yeah. I mean, all the time. I mean, every time you turn around, they're setting some kind of a record for people checking it out or going there and just wanting to be. And the ticket prices, too. I mean, that's the other things. People just will pay just to get there. And to be Jimmy, have you ever been at a UFC fight? I've never been at one.
A UFC? No, I've never been
How
to
about
one.
you, Franny? You ever been one?
No, I've seen an MMA, but never a UFC.
Okay.
Sanctioned fight.
Yeah, I've never been to one. They seem to people love them, obviously, and they rave about them. If you've ever been to one, call us at 877-927-6969. Tell us the difference between that and boxing. What do you think? And what is some of the appeal that people just love and they can't get enough of? Down in Miami this weekend, it was sold out.
The MMA fights are fun to watch. I mean, I have seen some. I mean, I won't spend the money to get it on pay-per-view, but I remember there was one time we went up to, matter of fact, I think it was when we went to go see Trans-Siberian Orchestra in Orlando.
Okay.
And right across the state from the stadium there where they played and where the Orlando Magic play there, there's a nice little sports bar type thing. So we went in there for dinner after the show. And they had the MMA fights on there. And, boy, we sat and watched it because it's the first time I ever really did watch them for any length of time, right? And that was fun to watch that. It's pretty neat.
Well, we did something here at the ballpark of Palm Beaches where I hosted the MMA fights out there. And I don't know if they ever did it again. I mean, I know if they did, they didn't ask me to host it again. But
You're so funny.
I'm not sure.
I don't think they ever did it
I'm not
again.
sure, but it was fun. It was a good time.
Yeah, I don't think they ever did it again, to be honest with you. I didn't hear anything about it. You did a great job, by the way. Give us a call at 877-927-6969. You can also text us on Real Radio 47142 on anything you want. But if you want to talk about the Oscars that everybody watched last night, a lot of people, check that out. If you didn't, no big deal. Or changing of the clocks. Most people hope that this is the last year and that we're not doing it anymore.
Well, boxing and UFC are two definite ways that you can get hurt, so it wouldn't be any surprise there. But here is a list. People shared strange ways that they did hurt themselves. These are kind of fun, right? I mean, you hate to hear that somebody actually gets hurt, but if they're willing to talk about it, it can be kind of fun. So this person said that my brother was at an archery tournament a few nights ago. Somehow lost control of his bowstring and punched himself in the face.
Oh.
These are just funny, strange
I thought that was
ways.
Yeah, me too. I thought I was going to get like shot by an arrow.
I was going to get some popcorn, and I got hit with an arrow in the ass.
Another person wrote that I was running away from a bat in our house, tripped and went face down, broke my back.
Wow.
Ooh,
There's
that's
a
terrible.
funny and strange ways that people hurt themselves over the years. Another person wrote in, tore my ACL dancing to Cotton Eye Joe at a friend's wedding. Recovery was brutal. It happened in 2016, and to this day, I can't stand that song.
That's
well, I guess
funny.
I don't blame you.
I think I've told you guys before. One of my mom's best friends back in Georgia, her name was Sonia. She was a trip, but twice. Not once, but twice. Broke her wrist. She had very dainty wrists, very thin arms. Broke her wrist twice at 2 different weddings doing the electric slide. Falling over.
Guess she doesn't like that song anymore either, huh?
She loves it. That's why she can't help herself. She gets up and still, and twice from falling. Might have been a little drunk, yes.
Oh, well. I wouldn't blame it on that.
Might not even realize that she probably broke her wrist if she had a couple in her.
No, she realized.
Oh,
Usually you do.
Yeah.
Another person wrote in, I stepped onto an unmoving skateboard only for it to immediately fly out from under me. Broken ankle. These are strange ways that people say that they hurt themselves, although I don't see that they think that one's too strange. Another person said that they dislocated their shoulder in many ways. Some of my favorites are turning off a light switch, taking off a jacket, and retrieving a bobber from the lake. Just dislocated. This person said, I skidded a little on a patch of wet fallen leaves, landed on my tuchus via my leg, which snapped loudly, broken fibula.
Oh, God.
Because of wet leaves.
Oh, man, that's bad.
One person was eating a McFlurry and chipped a tooth biting into an M&M. I still love McFlurries, though.
It's a hard M&M. Or a soft tooth. I don't know.
Well, it might have been frozen.
Yeah.
I was clipping my toenails, and one flew up and went right into my eyeball and scratched it. These are strange ways people hurt themselves. Finally, on this list, I jumped up 6 inches to pull. So this one's mine. This is what actually happened to me. We'll finish it up there. I jumped up to pull a plug out of the light socket, out of a socket from a ceiling, right?
Okay.
And when I came down, I heard the pop right in my foot, and I broke my foot.
What? How?
Mm-hmm. So the garage door opener, I went to unplug it. It was plugged into, and I went up to unplug it. I just hopped up like that. No much more different than that. About 6 inches. And when I landed awkwardly on my foot. My ankle kind of buckled a little bit and broke my foot.
I mean, a lot of times you don't even realize when you do something. At work, a lot of times, I read an article one time, people falling off their chair. Sitting, hurting their elbow.
Well, if you sit, right, you're rocking in your chair, right, and you fall backwards and you knock your noodle on something on a sharp corner of a table or something.
People missing the chair when they come in. They go to sit down and, they don't realize what it is. You fall, break an elbow.
Fall backwards, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm sure that's a common thing. I remember reading an article about how people get hurt at work. Walking into doors, another one where people get hurt a lot of times at work. Not paying attention.
Oh, this one guy dislocated his shoulder by just putting on, flicking a light switch. Boom, and it dislocated his shoulder or taking off his jacket.
We've heard people sneeze and hurt themselves.
Yeah, blow out their backs.
Yeah.
Different things like that. Yeah, a bad sneeze or something. Yeah,
drop a nut.
Yeah, drop a nut. I don't know about that one. I don't know. Lighting a cigar, you hurt your shoulder.
Oh, that. I mean, you could burn yourself. Just think of those.
Playing roulette. I mean, you stretch your arm.
Oh, you used to have roulette shoulder, didn't you?
Yeah. Thank God I got out of that. Steroids helped me with that.
Oh, well.
I mean, because that was bad. That wasn't going away. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call to get involved in the Penthouse. Always appreciate you guys tuning in to Real Radio. You can also text us at Real Radio. Put that in. What's the number again, Franny?
47142.
Great job.
Yeah.
And also,
good job, Franny. Really good.
Thank you.
I'm going to recommend, give good kudos to the boss for you there.
You deserve it.
Yeah.
It's a Monday. Come on. You got to put the clocks back. We're adjusting. We got a lot going on here. We got some Florida stories. What is in the popcorn machine?
What's in the popcorn machine? We got a mom instigating a fight at a school, and she actually jumps in. Then we have a publisher clearinghouse scam that one guy did.
Ooh.
And I know. Ooh is right. And then, ooh.
Ooh, is anybody getting cash?
And I got more stories coming your way, and you're at the Florida on Real Radio 92.1.
Because you shouldn't have to get up off the couch. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
Experience the best of the Palm Beaches cuisine in one amazing location. Experience the flavors of unlimited samples paired with exquisite wines and craft beers. Experience the fun of live entertainment and VIP perks. The Tastings Food, Wine, and Craft Beer event is back Saturday, April 13th at Tanger Outlets Palm Beach. Taste the Palm Beaches for only $40. Want to be a VIP and get in an hour early? VIP tickets are just $50. Get your tickets now at pbtastings.com. That's pbtastings.com.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Lake Worth accident slowing us down. We have a left lane blocked. Congestion at Turnpike North. This is before Lake Worth Road. 95 looking good. Not seeing any major delays. That's traffic on duty.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Hey, it's the Greek, and it's Monday, and we had to put our clocks ahead, so you got to get ahead on your retirement. That's right, and if you want to have a good plan with your goals and figure out the way you want to live your life and retire in South Florida, call Trajan Well today at 561-390-1000. 561-390-1000. Officers in West Palm Beach, stop in today for a free consultation. Sit down with them and figure out your plan. Look at your goals. See what you have. See what you need to be comfortable. You worked hard your whole life, and you need to retire and have some fun and relax. You earned it. 561-390-1000. That's Trajan Wealth. They'll help you. You can put your clocks ahead, and you also got to think about the future. That's right. Call Trajan Wealth today. 561-390-1000. 561-319-1000. Peace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
See this garage door? I gotta be honest with you. It's ugly. I mean, successful, attractive homeowner like you, it's time to move on. This is not the garage door your parents thought you'd spend the rest of your life with. And that ain't true with everything in life, don't get me wrong. I mean, honey, if you're listening, you can't divorce me just because I'm no longer the handsome stud you married. But your garage door? The neighbors all think you could totally do better. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Let us show you how many sexy new alternatives there are, just waiting for someone like you. You swipe right on a beautiful new design, we install everything in a lovely ceremony, and you and your new garage door live happily ever after. For better, not worse. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come make it right. Maybe I should pick up some flowers on the way home.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil fiber powders help promote your daily digestive health using a plant-based fiber called psyllium. The gelling action of this special fiber traps and removes waste, so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil, promoting digestive health for a better you. Learn more at metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil fiber powders help promote your daily digestive health using a plant-based fiber called psyllium. The gelling action of this special fiber traps and removes waste, so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil, promoting digestive health for a better you. Learn more at metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil fiber powders help promote your daily digestive health using a plant-based fiber called psyllium. The gelling action of this special fiber traps and removes waste, so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil, promoting digestive health for a better you. Learn more at metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Join us tonight for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by The Hartford, live at South by Southwest. We'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year and celebrate the most innovative talent and creators in the industry. Watch tonight, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel.
Presented by The Hartford Small Business Insurance. Learn more or start a quote at thehartford.com/small business. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carr. We have a mild day throughout the rest of the day. Could see an isolated cloud or two meander onshore, but those will be high level, not rainmaker clouds. Mild overnight tonight, again, low 60s, upper 50s inland. And then we have another beautiful day tomorrow. Get outside and enjoy the weather.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Whenever you need us, just reach out and we'll be there. With more locations, more experts, and more resources to deliver the healthcare you need to comfort you and make you feel your best. Find a care site near you at hcafloridahealthcare.com.
Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeart radio station.
Listen on your free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
You're back in the Penthouse on a Monday. Thanks for always tuning in to Real Radio 921. Real talk for the Palm Beaches, Port St. Lucie, Boca Raton, and a couple other names I'll throw out there. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
And the time is 1:02 and change, so we're over to Franny. Good morning, Franny.
Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you. Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Yep, a Florida mom, I'm going to call guardian of a student, we'll say this, jumped in on the action at a fight that happened at a bus stop. So a couple kids were getting at it. At first was a verbal altercation, and then it became physical. She jumps in, starts punching one of the kids in the head. Not a good look. But before she did that, she's filming it. She's got her cell phone out, filming the whole fight. And she's just instigating and intervened between the students. They said that she was even saying, beat her ass, and just yelling stuff. Yep. So she jumps in, starts fighting. Of course, you can't do that.
No, it's not good.
So, as most stories end in What the Florida, she was placed under arrest. Then, next up in your What the Florida, we have a guy who was arrested with a Publishers Clearinghouse scam. So, this guy is now facing felony charges after he impersonated an IRS agent for a Publisher Clearinghouse scam. They said that Terrence Owens of Orlando showed up for a staged meetup to collect money for a scam. Initially, they say that there was an 82-year-old victim who had contacted the sheriff's office after being scammed out of $20,000. According to the release, the victim had received phone calls from a woman who claimed to be with the Publishers Clearinghouse. After obtaining the victim's trust, the woman allegedly convinced the victim that he and his wife had won millions of dollars, but they had to prepay part of the taxes to the IRS.
Of course.
The victim was convinced to provide $19,500 to a person claiming to be an IRS agent. According to the reports, the meetup happened in the parking lot of a McDonald's because, that's where you meet IRS agents.
Yeah, while you're there, get some nuggets.
Big Mac. Hang out.
The victim described the suspect as a well-built male wearing very nice clothing. Following the delivery, a woman called the victim and told him an additional $30,000 was needed because the price had increased to $74.5 million and a brand new car. And also, on top of that, we're going to give you $550,000 in cash. So, a meetup was arranged. But this time, investigators with the Walton County Sheriff's Office posed as the victim. That same guy showed up. Owens was arrested after he told an undercover investigator that he was there to pick up the money and took a bank bag from him. They said after his arrest, they were able to confirm Owens was a suspect who posed as an IRS agent. He was charged with grand theft, impersonating a federal agent, exploitation of the elderly, scheme to defraud, and using a two-way communication device to commit a felony. And the next step in your What the Florida, we have a guy who was stalking his ex, and he was doing it with something very easy to do, those Apple AirTags. So the girlfriend of Robert Giannetto of Hialeah broke up with him in October, and that's when he started harassing her and stalking her. They said that he would pass the victims home every day, and he would duct tape handwritten letters to her car's windshield. He did that several times. And then she found Apple AirTags in her vehicle at least 2 separate times because she was like, how the hell does he know where I'm at all times?
That's a little scary.
Yep. The victim blocked his phone number, but that he would still use unknown numbers to contact her. They said he would send her voicemails, threatening her, saying if she didn't return his calls, he would do something bad to her. According to Miami-Dade jail records, it looks like he was arrested, and now it was enough because sometimes it's just so difficult to get people arrested for stalking and harassing. But yeah, now he's facing charges of aggravated stalking and installing a tracking device, which is the thing. And that is your What the Florida.
Man, unless you have video or film, camera or something watching, that's got to be so hard to prove that somebody's actually, put that on you, a tracker, which is terrible. Thank you, Francis. Great job. You do it twice a show. All the stories in Florida, you guys give it to us, and guess what? We give it back to you.
Going back to that Publishers Clearinghouse scam that was going on there, so it seemed like we had a quick from the first to the second incident. So I'm assuming they thought that there was some sort of scam after the first one, so they contacted law enforcement, and that's how it got in. So
when they were like, all right, this is weird. Now they're asking me for more money. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, Franny, you want to take a little test?
Sure.
I think she's going to pass.
I think you're going to pass, too. But this was a couple weeks ago. I saw an article, and it had a whole bunch of what they call drinking terms or, anything that's kind of related to the bar industry.
Okay.
And some of them that are, to me, fairly new. And they might be to you, or maybe that you are, well-versed in it. And since you're kind of our resident bartender, you know a lot about the business. You've been in the business for quite a while yourself on the side.
Okay.
And I know that some of these I don't know. I'm just curious if you'll know what these are. There was a bunch that, I figured if I knew them, you probably knew them. So I left them out.
Okay.
But here's one.
Oh, no, put those in. So I sound smart.
You're smart.
Well, how about this one? We'll start off with these drinking terms, and this is called a blip. Do you know what a blip is?
A blip?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what a blip is.
Okay. Well, it's also known as a cheeky, a little guy, or shorty.
So it's just like a little sidecar, like a shot? Like that's a drink, like a little shot?
There you go. Little, small, mini shots that staff members share together or with guests.
Share together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
A blip.
A blip. Yep. Mm-hmm. Cheeky little guy. Shorty.
Never heard of it.
That's usually referenced in the bedroom for me. Burn the ice. Do you know what burn the ice means?
I do. Like if you get anything in the ice, maybe broken glass, or I don't know. Sometimes like grenadine. That's when you have to refresh the ice, take the ice out, melt it, or whatever you want to do, and then put new ice in.
Okay. And in this particular case, they were just referencing like at the end of the night. When you dump the ice out and then you
just getting rid of the ice.
Pour water over it and you're getting rid of ice. Yep, pretty much. How about a cheater bottle? Do you know what a cheater bottle is?
That's like if you like sometimes bottles are oddly shaped, right? So you would take it and put it in a bottle that would fit in the well.
There you go. Yep, it's exactly right. An unlabeled standard size bottle that fits easily into a bar well. into which the contents are oddly shaped spirit bottles are transferred to expedite and simplify service is the long-worded version of that. How about a club sandwich? Do you know what a club sandwich is?
Like the food?
It's obviously something drinking.
Yeah, I don't know. I know what a club sandwich is food-wise, but I don't know what it is for the
Is
bar.
it a mixture of drinks to make one drink? Am I wrong? I just heard this.
All right.
I don't know.
They have it written out here as another bartender's handshake. The club sandwich is the combination of a beer and shot, also known as a Boilermaker.
Yeah, don't know.
Kind of a strange one.
Yeah.
Maybe a new way of
Never heard
saying
of it.
something that's been around for a while.
Yeah.
How about a, here you go. How about a dirty dump? Do you know what a dirty dump is?
A dirty dump.
Wow.
Yeah, I know what a dirty dump is. That's
All
like
right.
when you don't strain the ice or anything. Like you shake it in a shaker and you just pour the whole contents in the glass.
All right. The practice of pouring or
Yeah.
shaking drink from the cocktail shaker into the glass without straining it. Texas-based bartenders will tell you this technique is especially useful when making silky margaritas. How about garbage?
Garbage? I don't know bar term, no.
That is when muddled fruit, herbs, or other ingredients that remain in the bottom of a glass or shaker tin. So that's
Okay.
the garbage. It's what's
Okay.
left inside. How about the term layback? I know what it means in Greek sound.
Yeah, I don't know.
The act of bending backwards or laying back while someone pours a shot straight from a bottle into the first person's mouth. What's another name for that?
Well, like I think like a body shot.
Just a
but-
body shot, right?
Yeah.
Is more probably, I guess.
You don't really
a-
see that often.
Yeah.
People don't do body shots like they used to.
How about, and our last one on this list is a staff meeting.
Well, staff meeting.
Mhm.
I know technically what a staff meeting is. Like when you have a meeting with your staff. I don't know. I'm going to guess probably when all the bartenders take a shot together.
Bingo. There you go. Winner,
There
winner,
you go.
chicken dinner. Boy, you knew that. See, I knew you would.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got like 9 out of 10.
I had a feeling.
Franny, I know I've asked you this before. What is it when they light a drink and it smokes? Or they.
Well, that's what you're smoking a glass.
Yeah.
That's for a smoked flavor. Yeah.
Oh, that's all it's for?
Like smoked like old fashions and stuff. Yeah.
All right.
You're giving it a smoky flavor.
I see it a lot at cigar places.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's typically done with old fashions.
Oh,
Yeah,
it is?
That seems to have gotten popular over the course of the past couple of years
Yep.
when people buy their own kits where they can do it at
Yep.
home.
Some people do it old school way, just light whatever you're going to use
Yeah, okay.
for it, whatever kind of like what am I trying to think? Like what would you use like on like a grill? Like not the wood. What am I thinking?
Charcoal?
The pellets kind of thing or,
Okay.
or whatever. I can't think of the right term.
Okay.
But you could have like different flavors.
Pellets for smoking on a
Yeah,
grill. Yeah,
yeah,
For
but
different
something like
tastes?
that.
They're called
Though.
pellets,
Yeah.
Okay. Now I can see why it goes with cigars.
Yeah. But now they have, like you said, they have all kinds of kits. I mean, you can go to ABC and buy a smoking kit and stuff. Yeah.
Carly got me one for Christmas a
Okay.
couple of years ago,
Yeah.
and we used it a couple of times. You know, it's a good way, you know, easy way to do it at home. Yeah. They're fun. Want to take a phone call?
Sure.
We got our good friend Sarah B checking in with the Penthouse. Hey, Sarah, how you doing?
I am great. Hey, Penthouse.
Hi,
So,
Sarah. Sorry, I
plugged in.
was in the weeds when you text me, and I wasn't able to see your text message until later. I was bartending all weekend.
Oh, you're fine. That's
Okay.
fine. I just don't. You're on a list of people I've scheduled to send a reminder to vote for me. Franny. So that's all that was.
well, I'm
anyway,
doing it
so
now.
you're Good. Well, I appreciate it. So I watched the Oscars.
Okay.
Did you watch them? I slept in Mr. Guy's Oscars conversation. Sorry.
Yeah, I watched them. I mean, there were some highlights, some different things. I know Emma Stone wasn't happy with Jimmy Kimmel, a couple of her things, and Jimmy Kimmel's jokes were, you know, a little brutal. A couple of people went after De Niro. He went after Robert Downey Jr. So, but I mean, I feel they always come out with that. I don't know if they have to be as mean as they
Yeah.
are. That's the whole thing.
Got you. Well, I mean, I thought he was funny. I didn't feel like he was attacking anyone personally. I thought it was entertaining. But I did. There were some moments that I liked, and then just some little things that I noticed like throughout the show.
Mm-hmm.
Like when the smaller, and I say smaller because they just weren't like they weren't movies with like huge stars or they were foreign films or whatever.
Mhm.
But when they won for some of the like technical awards, I guess you could kind of say.
Okay.
Or behind the scenes awards, basically.
Mhm.
Did you notice that like 3 different groups came from the same seating section?
No, I didn't see
Like
that.
the exact same seats.
I didn't see that. Maybe I didn't notice that at all.
Yeah, I did. I think I noticed it on the third one when they got up. I was like, wait a second. That's where the people from Godzilla were sitting. I think they were rotating because, in all fairness, with all the movies that were nominated, I guess they probably can't really put everybody on the floor seat.
No. Well, they do
so
a lot
they
of.
probably have a section that they rotate in when they know their category's up, so that if they win, they're closer.
Yeah, and they also don't do all awards there live. There's some that they do off, they don't do on television that they give because there's a lot of different nominations or different categories. Again, they vote on which ones they think are going to be the most. I'm sure they could cut that show down to an hour and a half, and I bet you it would get better ratings because it's usually actor, actress, supporting movie of the year and song of the year. And then after that, I think a lot of it is, people in the industry who would know stuff, but to the average fan, I don't know if they would have as much, interest. That's what I would do. I would keep it an hour and a half, and I would also spend more time on the people who were nominated instead of the 15 seconds they get. And I think you would probably see better ratings.
I always thought the same thing, Sarah, that it always seemed like that whenever they win awards, they're kind of still up in that front area. And I always kind of thought that they rotated the tables around that way.
They might. They might.
So it makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, and I'm after last night, I'm certain of it because I was like, wait, that's what when the second one happened, I was like, wait, are they in the same section that the last group was in? And then when it happened the third time, I was like, yep, this is the rotating section.
Probably is.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Which is cool. I mean, they've got to do it some way to make the show flow. I did love how they introduced the supporting and lead nominees with the 5 previous winners coming out and each one talking about each one.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was awesome. I love that. I'm definitely interested in them doing that every year because I mean, how many years are the Oscars now? And so they have so many to choose from as far as the 5 people that could come out.
I think that was 96 last night.
Yeah. So I thought that was really, really cool the way that they did that. And then I love the musical performances because it's me. And I felt like if Billie Eilish had not won for Song of the Year, there would have been an upset. Like, because honestly, I feel like her song hit so many different things. I mean, it was great because the Barbie movie was huge, but Billie Eilish is amazing as well. And that song was also, I think, a big song for women in general as well. And so I love that song too. But I did think it was funny that Ryan Gosling, the performance for the I'm Just Ken song, I was like, this is ironic. The song about men from the movie supporting women had the biggest bang at the Oscars.
Yeah. Didn't Slash perform with him, right?
Yeah, he came out.
Slash
Yeah. And,
I saw some pictures.
Ryan came out in a pink suit. People liked it. But the thing what you talked about the 5 stars talking about the new nominees, we talked about that earlier. I thought that was very good too. And it seemed like, everybody had a little personality there. And
so they did that with all the main, best actor too?
I saw for best actor and actress and supporting.
Interesting.
And that was something new that they talked
it was
about.
Awesome.
Yeah, I thought that was good. And they picked people obviously who won Oscars who were pretty relevant too. And even they went back in time a little bit. But I thought it was good. I thought it was a better way than 2 people. Pacino at the end blew it a little. He's getting a little static because he didn't mention any of the films that won Best Picture. He just named the winner, and that's it. But that's Pacino being Pacino. He don't care.
Right.
What do you want? And he just came out. He just acknowledged everybody, said thank you, and he just went. And the winner is, oh, look what I'm seeing. And then everybody was like, wow, he's not going to go to the other ones. I'm sure the other films are not happy about that because you're nominated. You want it to get out there and people to hear it. But, Pacino didn't do that. I'm surprised he didn't yell Attica like he did in Dog Day Afternoon a couple times or Godfather line. But, yeah. Al, I also thought me and Jimmy talked about, Pacino, they woke him up backstage. He seemed like he was just relaxed.
The way he sounded, too, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he had a couple of cocktails, too. I mean, I don't want to accuse him of it because I didn't see any of it. I only heard it, so, and he can kind of hear he just didn't sound like himself.
And Jimmy Kimmel had the line. He goes, we got Al Pacino. We got a babysitter tonight. That was a joke.
Right.
Lucky enough, he could get a babysitter, he said. So Al Pacino's here. So, yeah, but, I mean, there's going to be highs and lows. Everybody has a different opinion about everything. But I thought it was a good show, and I thought Jimmy Kimmel's pants weren't hemmed properly, but I don't want to say anything about it.
Yeah, what do you think, Sarah? Do you think his pants were okay?
They weren't
The
hemmed.
hem line.
the hem specifically.
It's supposed to hang over the shoe. Sorry.
Maybe they didn't want it to hang over the shoe.
Yeah, I know, but that's not stylish.
All right.
Sorry. And his white jacket was okay, second part. I thought that was different. Little change.
I like the big bow ties. I mean, that looks pretty fashionable.
Yeah. I mean, although I spent the whole show thinking about Greek, I did not notice the hemline.
Check it out. In the beginning. It's got to hang right over the shoe. I'm just trying to, I'm going to talk to him later about it. I'm like, Jimmy, not for nothing. Your hem, not too great. But everything else okay.
There was a part that made me think of Franny. When America, I'm going to say her last name wrong, from the Barbie movie, and Kate McKinnon did their presenting, they mentioned Jeff Goldblum, Franny.
My weird crush.
Yes, and Kate McKinnon said something about her she's been sending her nudes to Jeff Goldblum, and then they said that it wasn't him, and they're like, well, who's been getting them then? And they switched to Steven Spielberg, and he was pointing at himself.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I did see
Yeah,
that.
it was funny, but
yeah, there were some good lines, like I said, and I think the other thing, it seemed to flow pretty good. I watched a lot of it, and it was 3 hours, pretty much on a button. Started at 7:30, was done like 10:25, and that worked out well. I think they should have publicized more that it was starting at 7:30. I don't think a lot of people realized that. I thought everybody thought 8 to 11 traditionally is what it is.
yeah, I noticed, well, because I Googled it before to make sure I didn't miss too much of it. I missed some of his opening monologue, but I got to it before his monologue finished. So I was able to see all the awards. I loved it from beginning to end, all the parts that I saw. I did the John Cena comedy. John Cena presenting gave me a big laugh. I thought that was hilarious.
That was good. That was good. I was able to watch that. That's only about a 2.5 minute watch, too, if you search that out online. But that was a lot of fun.
Hey, give him credit, too, for doing it.
Was.
Stepping out of his box. It reminded me a little bit of The Rock or Arnold when they did different things to get, more people know him. Not that he's not big in wrestling and stuff like that, but I'm sure there's a lot of people
and he's used to not having a shirt on, so I don't know.
Yeah. And it was a play off the streaker that they had at the award show. I don't know how many years ago it was now, but that was it was a play on that.
Yeah, and the other good thing was I didn't hear anything about Will Smith slapping anybody last night. I didn't hear that at all. I didn't hear it. I didn't read it. I didn't hear any of it. It was the first time I was like, wow, we don't have to hear about this anymore.
He alluded to it, though.
Did he?
When he was talking about the streaker, yeah, because he said something about it used to be the biggest something of the Oscars, and I think everyone knew in that moment he was alluding to the Will Smith slap because he was talking about the streaker, but it used to be the biggest. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So he alluded to it without saying it, though. But, yeah.
Gotcha.
And then when he was doing it, I knew he was going to have someone come out because he repeated it like it was a cue.
Yeah.
And I thought for sure it was going to be Matt Damon.
Oh, yeah, because of their little banter.
That would have been
their
funny.
love-hate, yeah.
Yeah, that would have been funny, Matt Damon. I think it would have been great if he came out in the Dunkin' jumpsuit. I think that would have been good pressure.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
Dunkin' Donuts would have loved it.
But, yeah. I love the show. I love it when people are genuinely surprised that they won.
Yeah.
Like Emma Stone.
Yeah.
I don't think she was expecting to win at all.
Mm-hmm.
And anytime Billie Eilish wins, she's shocked, but she's amazing. And she's just very humble, I think, because I think it's very genuine that I loved when she was performing her song because she kind of had her eyes closed through the whole thing, which I completely identify with. I do that a lot when I sing too. And she started with her back turned to the audience, and then as her song kept going, they turned her around. And I don't think she really opened her eyes until she was finished. And when she did, they were all standing. And once she finished, she opened her eyes, and she was like, oh, wow.
Now, is that her brother who
She's
always plays
great.
with her? Or am I wrong?
Yeah.
Her brother.
The piano?
Yep.
Brother.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Great future for her and very bright.
Oh yeah, their family's doing great, I'm sure. But yeah,
Phineas, right?
she's
That's his
amazing.
name, Phineas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and they were introduced. They introduced both of them. They didn't just say Billie Eilish. They said Billie Eilish and Phineas. I don't know. I don't think he goes by Phineas Eilish.
I don't think so either.
His last name was, but yeah.
Well, Sarah, I gotta give you 2 thumbs up on your review of the Oscars. Very impressed. I gotta tell you, I don't have to watch Entertainment Tonight.
I'm lobbying to be your guys' entertainment correspondent.
Perfect. We need one.
We'll talk after the show about the pay. Hey. There's a lot of perks to this job. Penny, Jimmy's raising his eyes right now on the camera. Do you get nervous around big stars?
Am I nervous around big stars?
Yeah.
I would say no, because I've met a few living here in Nashville. Granted, they've all been country artists, which honestly, I feel like if there was anyone I was going to be nervous around, it would be them.
Oh, then you'll fit in.
But I'm able to keep my cool. Yeah, I met the guy from Lady Antebellum, the tallest lead singer. I met him one time when I was out singing, and I just calmly went up to him, told him I enjoy his music, and he gave me a hug, and I was like,
nice. I think anybody that you meet, if you're, nice and have manners, most people are going to be the same way to you, and that's the way life should be.
They are, and the ones I've met here in Nashville have all been great, but I also think that Tennessee has good laws against paparazzi, so they feel more comfortable here because they don't feel like they're going to be bombarded like they are in places like L.A. and stuff like that, where the paparazzi are allowed to do whatever they want almost, so.
Well, now you know where to go, Greek, so that the paparazzi doesn't tear you apart everywhere.
I'll think about it.
He likes the attention, Jimmy.
Really? Oh, I never would have guessed.
I'll think about it. You spelling that with one T?
Only one. Only one. Couple N's, couple S's, a couple of E's, but only one T.
That's why I like you, buddy. You always set me on the straight and narrow.
Sarah, did you know that last year she won, Billie Eilish won for Best Original Song for No Time to Die? Did you know that too? So 2 years in a row, she's won for Best Original
really?
Song at the Academy Awards.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
That's a James Bond.
Awesome.
Yeah, and she performed it last year too. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Wow. I wonder if
I was
anybody's.
going to say, if she can get
She's great.
she can co-write a play on Broadway. She can get herself an EGOT for sure.
Right?
Yeah, I wonder if anybody's ever won more than one song in a year by one artist.
Genuine was a word you used, Sarah, to talk about her, and I would agree with that. That's a good word to sum her up.
Yeah, I don't know if there's I Googled it last night, but I wanted to see how many movies have had more than one of their songs nominated for Song of the Year.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's only been about 4 or 5 in the history of the Oscars. So I think to say that the Barbie movie was snubbed is crazy when they had two songs nominated in the song category this year, and then they got a bunch of other nominations too for set design, and I think they were in costumes as well. So I don't think it was snubbed. I think they were just upset that that Margot Robbie didn't get nominated and that Greta didn't get nominated, which I don't know. I saw the movie and I think they got nominated for what they deserve to get nominated for. But yeah.
That got mentioned last night by a couple people that they should have been nominated. I mean, I heard that. And I mean, that movie way over, I think, past the runway for what people thought. It did fantastic in so many different areas. But yeah, I think definitely people were mentioning stuff. It seemed to me that was the theme of the night, talking about Barbie and different things among obviously the one that won it all. But great job, and we appreciate your entertainment.
I love it. And speaking of the Oscars and people thanking the Academy, please vote for me in the karaoke knockout competition. And I will talk to you guys later.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Take care. Good luck.
Good job, Sarah. Always self-promote, baby. Remember, you could probably blow your horn the biggest out of anybody. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
How young would you go?
Me? I don't know. Not.
What about 21?
I don't know. I really don't.
What if it was just a one-nighter?
I mean, that's fine. We're not talking.
The The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Turnpike slow through Boynton Beach. Accident now off to the right. Shoulder delays Turnpike north right after Boynton Beach Boulevard. 95 looks good. We're not seeing any major incidents. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by the Florida Department of Transportation. Hey, listeners, before celebrating St. Patrick's Day this year, remember to plan ahead and know all your options. If you drink, don't get behind the wheel. Instead, designate a sober driver or catch a ride service. And if you are the designated sober driver, commit to staying sober. Don't let your luck run out.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are, 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. And Friday night, it's Fantasy Friday. Costume parties and live stage shows every Friday night. They bring your ultimate fantasy to life, featuring themed costume parties and live stage shows with gorgeous women from Monroe's, entertainers at the top of their game. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Get over there every day with a 5-star menu and beautiful ladies. And Friday night, it's Fantasy Fridays. Peace!
Eat, drink, and be Irish all weekend long this St. Patrick's Day.
Aye, Sancha.
Grab your MVP card and head to for a St. Patrick's party featuring $4 Green Miller Light pints, $6 Jameson shots, and $7 Guinness pints. Plus, enjoy Duffy's famous corned beef and cabbage for just $15.99 on St. Patrick's Day. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. And remember,
at Duffy's, our game is always on.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. In office, West Palm Beach.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
News Junkie is sponsored by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil fiber powders help promote your daily digestive health using a plant-based fiber called psyllium. The gelling action of this special fiber traps and removes waste so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil, promoting digestive health for a better you. Learn more at metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Oh, this cold.
Honey?
Honey?
Honey, you need DayQuil Severe Honey.
DayQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste, because life doesn't stop for a cold.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
No, I'm getting a cold.
Honey.
Try DayQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu relief. DayQuil Severe with honey flavor. The daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, honeylicious, power through your day medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Power through your spring at Lowe's with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Buy one select string trimmer, leaf blower, or mower kit. Get one select 56V battery free. Valid through 4/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a mild day throughout the rest of the day. Could see an isolated cloud or two meander onshore, but those will be high level, not rainmaker clouds. Mild overnight tonight, again, low 60s, upper 50s inland. And then we have another beautiful day tomorrow. Get outside and enjoy the weather.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Let Express Employment Professionals help you hire for contract or full-time jobs. Forget about posting jobs, sifting through resumes, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Go to ExpressPros.com to find the location near you. That's ExpressPros.com.
If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan Patrick. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers like the biggest Little League cheat, Playing Dirty Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details and always packs a punch. Never miss the dirt, people. Listen to Playing Dirty Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greeks Trifecta is sponsored by the physicians at MMJ Health.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Douchebag.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Monday. I hope you're having a good day. Greek Zone today. We'll start talking about the madness. And this weekend, if you like college basketball, you have the conference championships tournaments. That's always exciting. We'll get into that. We'll talk to Drew Martin from WagerTalk.com and talk a little NFL. All that and more starting at 2:05. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
And Francis is here.
Hi, what's going on?
And it's time for Trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greeks Trifecta.
Now, I don't know how this wasn't double-checked or looked at, but there are a couple statues outside of where the Lakers play, the stadium, of Kobe Bryant. And somebody noticed, I guess, over the last week or two, there's a couple typo errors, 4 to be exact. So TMZ is looking at it, and they highlighted it where they have a couple mistakes of names being spelt and certain words. They have the box score up there of the night that Kobe scored 81 points, which is, I believe, the second highest in NBA history next to Wilt Chamberlain. So there was a couple of mistakes on there, and I wonder if they'll fix it or leave it, but a couple people did notice it. Last night was the Oscars. I wonder if you can bet on what celebrity will have their first picture from the In-N-Out Burger. I wonder if that was a possible bet. What do you think of that bet, Jimmy? Would you take that last night? Offshore.
Do
That's a tough one, yeah.
Do they talk about In-N-Out Burger?
No, they didn't talk about it, but every award show, it seems like somebody goes to one.
Did somebody? Do you know?
Oh, okay.
I didn't see anything yet.
I've never noticed that before. Okay.
Yeah. I didn't see one yet. Giamatti was the last one who did one. He got a couple of awards. I forget which one. The Emmys. He went to the In-N-Out Burger, and it happens once in a while. Panthers won over the weekend. They're still hot as a firecracker, thank God. Big trade last week, and they beat the Calgary Flames on Saturday night 6-1. Also, the Miami Heat lost last night, Sunday. They lost to the Wizards, one of the worst teams in the league, and they were 12.5-point favorites on Hard Rock app. The Heaters lost outright, which is not a good thing for the Heat, and they did fall a couple spots. That is their third loss in a row. And the other bad news is they got the champs coming to town Wednesday night. Denver Nuggets will be coming to town. Russell Wilson looks like he's going to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Baker Mayfield signed with Tampa Bay $100 million for 3 years. And that sounds like a lot, and it is. But Tua's going to get more. The Dolphins and Tua are looking at a new deal, and that will be more than $100 million. I think that's going to be in a range of 120 and change. And that is your Greeks trifecta. Last one of the day. Peace.
Thank you. So I got a couple text messages from Academy Awards to some basketball action. Even Jorge got a few text messages on here specifically for him. We have here.
Oh, boy.
With it comes, I love the fact that Selection Sunday falls on my dad and Jimmy's birthday. I hope FAU gets an invite and easy path to the Final Four. And then he ends it with Ernie Gobron. That's from Hugh. And I'm pretty sure he's making fun of you because it's Aaron Gobra.
I think
Whatever.
I took that as a compliment.
Aaron Gobra. Yep. Ernie Gobra.
I thought that he was giving me some acknowledgement. Like, great job, Greek.
Okay. Wow. And then Jorge, these are not my words.
Oh, boy.
No, some are good, but not this one. It says, Jorge is a moron. John Cena is super cool. He's a super cool person, and he gives back to Make-A-Wish more than anyone does.
He does, yes, which is very nice.
Yep. And then we do have somebody says Jorge is the best. And then we have somebody says, I'm with Jorge on the Hollywood douchebags. The writers couldn't come up with anything better than, hey, let's make fun of this sober guy. Maybe next year they can make fun of Forrest Gump for having leg braces. I don't know, so that's according to them. And you were talking about just silly, simple ways or people get in accidents or break something or whatever.
Get hurt at work.
Get hurt.
Yeah.
And somebody texted said I was trying to help my brother out change his brake pads. When I was trying to loosen the bolt, the ratchet slipped off and chipped my front tooth. Says moral, don't try to bust off the nut when your face is in close proximity.
It's good solid advice right there.
Thank you for that.
Let me tell you.
For all areas.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
You can always participate 47142. Just start that off with Real Radio.
Way to be, Jorge. Get an acknowledgement.
I can hear the disgust in Freddie's voice.
Yeah. I can't hide it. I can't.
She's so tired today.
So
That's funny.
There's going to be some disgust in the beginning when they start with this. I have a feeling it's going to be a mess, but they're hoping with time people will get used to it and it'll cause a little bit faster and more easy way going through the security checkpoint. And this is TSA, and they're doing it in Las Vegas right now is where they're testing it out. And what they're testing out is self-service security checkpoints.
How could they even think about this?
So they started a trial of self-service security screening systems at Harry Reid International Airport, aiming to streamline, that's what they're hoping, the airport security process with minimal TSA agent interaction. This is a pilot program, which is only available right now at TSA for TSA pre-check travelers.
No pun intended.
Yep, which features self-service lanes where passengers follow video instructions for screening, with the option of contacting a TSA screener for assistance if you need it. So the 6-month trial will assess the effectiveness and efficiency of this self-service model in handling security screenings while maintaining safety standards, they say. And if it goes well, they say it's going to be potential future expansions just based on. So right now it's just a trial. So we will see. But yes, I am with you. I just think that a lot of people have questions. They don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I think in the beginning it's just going to be a mess.
Yeah. And I don't think it's going to be safe. I mean, again, you can't trust people to do the right thing. And I think it'll be longer lines. I think there'll be longer problems.
I mean, you still have to go through a body scanner. You're still going through a security line. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to, if you have something on you, they're going to bust you. Yeah, so they said you make your way through the airport security line, right? Send your bags through the scanner, empty your pockets, go through the body scanner, all with no interaction with TSA agents.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I just think it'll be longer, and I think there'll be a lot of issues. But I know I could be wrong. It's just my opinion of just hearing this right out from the beginning. And I don't know. They got to try to do something with the airports because it just seems that there's so many problems every day in so many different areas. You know, people aggravated, delays, waiting to get on planes, and it seems like it's escalated in the last few years. And again, maybe it never did. It's just that people have the stuff now, and you're seeing videos and everything. But flying isn't a pleasant thing anymore. I mean, you guys have both been on cruises.
I've been very fortunate. I haven't had any issues. Haven't seen any of the craziness that we talk about quite often on the airplanes. I've been fortunate, so it hasn't been a hassle for me.
And like I said, you guys have both been on cruises. You don't hear as much on cruises as you do planes. Obviously, there's more planes. I know that. But it just seems like it's not been a nice experience.
The more you have of anything, right? We hear more about car accidents because there's millions of cars on the road every day, and there's accidents on the road every day, and it's the same thing with these things. But I think if it does feel like it, and maybe it's because of social media that we do see more. We see more video of people go. Yeah. When. I don't know, maybe 10 years ago when you heard somebody do something weird on an airplane, well, you only read about it, you didn't see video. Now we're seeing all kinds of videos and they're getting names, some of these people, and some of them are doing it on purpose for the sake of making, clicks. The clicks, and things like that. The other thing to go along with that, too, with the TSA, and I don't know if you read this, Franny, I'm sorry, but the only TSA pre-check people can use that line.
Yeah,
so
I mentioned that.
Right now. So, so you're not really necessarily a threat. You've already been checked for that, and now it's just a matter of making sure you go through the metal detector, and they're just trying to eliminate somebody from doing that, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe make that a little bit more streamlined. We're seeing more and more metal detectors that are easier to go through. You just go through, put your hands up, and boom, it'll automatically turn on. Will there be people confused? Yeah. I'm sure there will. I think the one thing is if you have any trouble with, language barriers, that could be an issue. People don't understand, they get, as long as they've got it in your language, maybe you can change over to that. Yeah.
You're right.
So that might be in it. But outside of that, if it can help streamline people to get through a part of it that is just seeing if you've got anything on you that you shouldn't, like metal, weapons, things like that. Why not?
And I believe you can't just go straight through it they do. They
can't
have
bypass
once you go through the security and they do the body scanner, you're in this little area, and then the doors open for you, and they when they know that you're cleared, and then that's when you go get your bags.
See what happens.
Yeah.
Odell is a free agent in the NFL, but it looks like not on the dating scene. He was with Kim K last night. Kim K and Odell have been rumored to be together, and they were at the big after party last night at the Oscars. So we'll see what happens with that, how that works out. And maybe the Kardashian curse will pass him. He won't get it. Most guys that have dated the Kardashians have done bad in their career after that. But he's been rumored to be around her as of last month or so. And then last night they went to Jay-Z and Beyonce's Oscar party, and Odell was there. Hope he doesn't drop that pass. He is a free agent. I wonder where he's going to end up signing, whether he ends up signing, go back with the Ravens or another team. He has talked about possibly Dallas and a couple other teams, but who knows? He is a free agent, but looks like he is off the dating market. 877-927-6969. That's always the number that you can call to get involved in the show. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com. If you had an opinion about the Oscars, let us know. Also, with the clock being changed, moving ahead, most people are not big fans of that. So if you had an opinion about that, most people said that I was around, man, we should just end this. I don't like it anymore. But I think by Tuesday or Wednesday, people get, they get used to it. And then they're ready to go. Be careful in the morning because it is a little bit darker if you do leave earlier during the day. Usually the sunrise is going to be about, 6:55, 7 o'clock, 7:05. That's what it was. Jimmy, you said this morning you felt the same way, right, when you came back?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's the one thing that I noticed because it's been getting daylight right at about the time, about halfway into my trip, 6:30, and then now it's equivalent to what used to be 5:30 for obvious reasons, and so we're back to a full nighttime, dark mode driving in, which, it's not great, but I really, in the end, I do prefer having the daylight in the evening.
I'm with you on that. I think a lot of people are.
Yeah.
Did anybody, I don't know if you noticed, did anybody hit the lotteries over the weekend?
No.
No.
Really?
Nobody hit.
We're still going.
Wow.
We are still going. So you mentioned cruise lines, and maybe if you do this, you can go on a cruise. So I love this. Somebody who frequents, this is a travel firm called Bare Necessities. They've been running nudist ship charters since 1990. Nudist ship charters. That's easy for me to say. Since 1990s. For all of its excursions,
get ready,
it
Jimmy.
outlines these 9 key rules, all right? So it's not just a free-for-all when you go on these things. Excuse me. They say that the 9 key rules when it comes to nude cruising, all passengers must be dressed when docked in port. So when you're at the port,
that makes sense.
you got to have your clothes on. When you're on the international waters, do whatever you want.
Wow.
Clothing must be worn in dining rooms.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you can't
I
be
think I've
nude while
heard
you're
that,
eating your dinner.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, you don't want to drop a meatball somewhere,
Yeah,
and
true.
ouch.
Lingerie, fetish wear, and excessive genital jewelry are not appropriate.
Genital jewelry.
Yes.
Nice.
Not appropriate.
Is that a
Interesting.
Rolex?
There goes Prince Albert.
Yeah.
Is that a Rolex?
Always sit or on some article of clothing when bare-bottomed.
Oh,
Or
okay.
towel or
All right.
an article of clothing, right? They don't want your bare bottom sitting on the chairs. No photos of other passengers. You can't take them without their express consent.
Sure, I would imagine cameras are a big time no-no, but hard to, that's kind of hard to police.
Right?
Yeah, well, then again, if you're walking around,
They do
certainly
have-
don't have any pockets. to
Speaking
keep it
of,
in,
they have no photo zones, and those must be respected. So
Right,
there's certain
yeah.
zones, right? Fondling or inappropriate touching is strictly prohibited. So no fondling in public.
Mm-hmm.
Dangerous or rude behavior will not be tolerated. Should be on every cruise. And you must comply with the U.S. federal law regarding the possession or use of illegal substance. That's it, really. So other than that, it's a free-for-all. The one I do find weird is that you can't wear lingerie or fetish wear. Is that because they just want you to be completely nude?
Yeah,
They
that
say
does
it's
that
not
does seem odd.
appropriate, right?
That does seem odd, unless they're talking about things that are really sexually explicit. But I don't know. You're on a cruise like that. You would. I mean, I'm hoping that this is for adults only.
Yeah, oh yeah, you would think. You would
Now,
hope
is the
so.
crew naked too?
I don't know, G-Man.
They
I
should be
don't,
if they're not.
Right?
I know I'm the captain.
Well, Captain Stubing,
Can I sit at the captain's
talk
table?
about the Love Boat.
I want to sit at the captain's table. I think the thing that'd be very hard is to watch people with their camera and with their phones. Like, if they say, because you could be like sitting right next to somebody, nobody knows you're taking a picture. I mean, that could happen. You got to expect something like
Well,
that.
even yourself. I mean, taking your own pictures, like I don't know, it gives a different meaning to selfie, right? With something like that, you try to take a selfie and aim high.
Definitely ain't high, no doubt about it. That's a unique cruise. There's no doubt. No, imagine if you booked that cruise and you didn't read it. Who would do something like that?
So this is interesting. Clothing required in the main dining rooms, but with the self-serve buffet, you can be completely nude if you want.
Oh, well,
Yes,
self-serve.
Yes,
There it
yes,
is.
yes.
Oh, that's why.
I guess it's for the workers.
Drop the pepperoni.
Go back and get the shrimp a couple times. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. Thanks for tuning in today. We always appreciate you guys listening.
Yeah.
11:45.
Douchebag.
What? Who played that?
Jimmy, don't play douchebag. 11:45. Jimmy! Can I get that one? 11:45. We always have a giveaway.
Jimmy!
Jimmy, good job.
Douchebag.
Jimmy! What? Good job, Jimmy. Appreciate all your effort today. I get you for another hour. Appreciate your help. Thank you for everything on a Monday.
Thank you, Greek. Thank you, Franny. Thank you for listening.
Franny, got the game below today. I know you were working really, not a lot of sleep, and you did a great job. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for making it easy. And thank you so much for tuning in. And do we have any parting words, G-Man?
Yes. Remember, when the clocks get ahead, if something was going to happen an hour ago, it really didn't happen. So you can scratch it off and start over. Have a great afternoon. Greek Zone is next. I got some winners for you. Peace.
Hey, it's Rover. Catch Rover's Morning Glory weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. on Real Radio. Just tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
Experience the best of the Palm Beaches cuisine in one amazing location. Experience the flavors of unlimited samples paired with exquisite wines and craft beers. Experience the fun of live entertainment and VIP perks. The Tastings Food, Wine, and Craft Beer event is back Saturday, April 13th at Tanger Outlets Palm Beach. Taste the Palm Beaches for only $40. Want to be a VIP and get in an hour early? VIP tickets are just $50. Get your tickets now at pbtastings.com. That's pbtastings.com.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Enjoy your Monday ride along the Palm Beaches. We are up to speed on the expressways. We're not seeing any major delays if you're traveling the Turnpike or 95. That's traffic and duty.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week, open at 5 a.m. And Friday night, it's Fantasy Friday. Costume parties and live stage shows every Friday night. They bring your ultimate fantasy to life, featuring themed costume parties and live stage shows with gorgeous women from Monroe's, entertainers at the top of their game. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Get over there every day with a 5-star menu and beautiful ladies. And Friday night is Fantasy Fridays. Peace!
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature trees and hedges to choose from. Work with our dedicated nursery pros to plant your dream yard. Whether you're looking for instant privacy, a relaxing oasis, or a statement piece, Moon Valley Nurseries is here for you from planning to planting. Call 561-295-8852 to schedule a free design consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
Hey there, car owners. It's Franny. Head on over to GiveMeTheVin.com for an instant cash offer in just 60 seconds. They buy everything from $2,000 to $200,000. And if they can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll throw in an extra $100. They'll even swing by your place, checkbook in hand, and pay off your payoff. No hassle, no regrets. So don't wait. Now's the time to sell with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
It's the luck of the Cats. Celebrate Panthers Patty Fest, presented by Jameson. Pre-game on Saturday, March 16th for your Florida Panthers battle it out with the Tampa Bay Lightning. Purchase your limited ticket package today and enjoy light bites, Jameson cocktail samples, and a commemorative coin or pin. Get your Patty Fest tickets now at FloridaPanthers.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What's up? I'm tired of feeling so bloated. That used to be me. Then I got this. Align Bloating Relief plus food digestion. A probiotic, right? Yeah, it works naturally with your gut to help soothe occasional bloating and gas. Plus, it has vitamin B12 to aid digestion by helping convert food to cellular energy. 2 benefits, 1 capsule.
Align Bloating Relief plus food digestion from the #1 doctor-recommended probiotic brand. Get $5 off at alignprobiotics.com.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil fiber powders help promote your daily digestive health using a plant-based fiber called psyllium. The gelling action of this special fiber traps and removes waste, so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil, promoting digestive health for a better you. Learn more at metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations, like 24/7 comedy.
They were really donut holes. The bag would be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
Should we call someone? I'm like, no, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carr. We have a mild day throughout the rest of the day. Could see an isolated cloud or two meander onshore, but those will be high level, not rainmaker clouds. Mild overnight tonight, again, low 60s, upper 50s inland. And then we have another beautiful day tomorrow. Get outside and enjoy the weather.
This report is sponsored by NexGuard Plus. NexGuard Plus, a Foxalon or Moxidectin and Pyrantel chewable tablets, is the one you want for your dog's monthly protection. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Ask your veterinarian about NexGuard Plus Chews today.
The Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
It is the Greek Zone on a Monday, getting ready for the madness, baby. That will be here the 17th. College hoops are controlling sports right now. We'll talk about the madness. We will talk about this week. You have the conference tournaments. We do have Drew Martin calling us from wagertalk.com. He will get involved with the show. We'll talk some NFL, some NBA, and so much more on a Monday. Always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. Give them a call anytime you have an issue, 561-689-8180. That is the number to call. Jimmy, good afternoon.
Hello and good afternoon.
NBA last night, Heaters played in a bad game. They ended up losing to the Wizards, and we've been telling you for a while, they do not cover when they are home. It's pretty simple. And last 4 in a row, Heat did not cover, but last night they lost, and a 12-point underdog, which is, woo, that is tough for the Heaters. Played bad game. Jimmy Butler had 22, but they really didn't play good. The Knicks and 76ers played in one of the lowest scoring games this year. I think it was probably the lowest scoring games. And the Knicks on three-pointers last night were 9. Listen to this stat. 9 for 42. 9 for 42. At what point does the coach say, man, we ain't hitting threes tonight. Let me not use them? I mean, man, that was a bad game to watch. I think it was in the 70s. When I saw the final, I was watching the game last night. I said, this can't be the fourth quarter. It's got to be the third. But, man, it was brutal. First quarter, both teams scored 15 points each. I mean, it was unreal. Wow. I mean, when the NBA is scoring like $120 every night, 15-15 in the first quarter.
Take the under.
I wish I did. I wish I had the under for 10 G's. Are you kidding me? This is the Greek Zone. We're always talking about sports betting, the lines, trends, different things that are coming up. And like I said, this weekend you have the conference tournaments. That's always exciting. Starts Wednesday, all the big tournaments. You have the Big East, Big Ten, Pac-12 out in Vegas every year, SEC, all the big tournaments. Some automatic bids happened yesterday for the smaller conferences where teams won. In women's basketball, Iowa did win the Big Ten, and it was sold out all weekend. And then there was a big game, South Carolina, LSU. People were watching that yesterday, consuming it, as South Carolina stayed undefeated and won the SEC tournament. And there was also a brawl that broke out. Jimmy, I don't know if you had a chance to see the video of this, but a couple of the players from LSU and South Carolina got into it pretty heavy.
Yeah.
And nice push. I mean, it was surprisingly, and I don't want to be stereotype about it, you don't expect a fight in a women's basketball game.
I did see, and correct me if I'm wrong on it, and if it's the wrong play, but the one defender put her arms up, and as she did, her elbow kind of went back and smacked the other player in the face. And then, is that what started it?
that was the beginning of it, I think, and then this was almost by half court when the teams were on a timeout walking past each other.
And it was later on where it escalated beyond. Okay, that's why I had a feeling it was going to be that. Yeah.
Both benches, went at it. The coaches were good, tried to break it up into referees, but that's not something you see in women's basketball. But yeah, South Carolina is a great team.
It's just very indicative of the violent way that we are now. We're just more and more violence.
Mm-hmm.
Even in areas where you wouldn't think it, like women's basketball.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember the last time I watched a women's college basketball game or WNBA and there was a fight. And like the NBA, that happens. I mean, they're scrappy. Last night the Knicks got into it with the Sixers in the fourth quarter. Not surprised when I see that. But women's basketball, a little surprised. But some of the players are going to be suspended for the first round in the NCAA tournament, which is the women's that's going to start this week. So that's not going to be good for these teams. But South Carolina, great team. LSU, very good team too. And obviously LSU won it last year. And then the other thing too is that Iowa getting a lot of people looking at it with Caitlin Clark doing great things. Broke the 3-point record this year and scoring for men's and women's. So people are going to be betting on this. And once it gets to that level, people are like jumping in and they're like, okay, I got to get some action. I got to figure it out. If you're a fan of Rod Stewart, he's going to be playing with Billy Joel. That's a combination that some people, I know Billy Joel was also playing with Sting, but he announced today or yesterday that he's going to be playing with Rod Stewart. And again, Billy Joel coming out to you. This is it. He's going to finish up in July at the Garden if you are a fan. I know a couple of my friends are trying to get tickets. But guess what? It's going to be extremely expensive. And you had years to go see Billy Joel at the Madison Square Garden. This is not the time you want to go if you want to pay a good price because you're going to pay huge.
Yeah, too late for that.
Detroit and Charlotte tonight. Detroit is -4. Phoenix and Cleveland. Phoenix is 6.5. Cleveland has a lot of injuries. Golden State and the Spurs. Spurs getting 4.5. Dallas and Chicago. Dallas -4 over Chicago. You got Toronto and Denver. Denver laying 15. Woo. But you know what? When it's 15, sometimes you just rock and roll. Celtics playing Portland, and the Celtics are laying 9 over the Portland Trailblazers. Celtics lost 2 in a row. Then they came back and they beat Phoenix by 10 Saturday night. So now they're playing Portland. A lot of points to give them, but I don't know. If I had either one, I'd probably go with the Celtics laying a 9.5 against Portland as far as Denver 15 with Toronto. Both could be blowouts and then wake up tomorrow and say, man, why didn't I have that? But, again, those are your NBA lines. In college basketball, there are a couple of games, but I don't think the audience is going to know any of these games. Maybe Santa Clara. That's the only one. Besides that, everybody's getting ready for the San Francisco and Gonzaga tonight. But everybody's getting ready for obviously for the tournament. And that'll be Selection Sunday will be the 17th. And we'll see what happens with that. It's going to be very good. I'm definitely interested in it and see what happens. Where these teams go, who they play, what brackets. We talked about some odds for everybody. We'll check the odds again because it changes every day on the Hard Rock app. But a couple of bit, North Carolina beat Duke pretty bad over the weekend, and they were getting a lot of points. They were getting like 5. I thought it was way too many points for them to be getting. For that kind of thing. But the national championship, checking the odds, UConn has dropped now to 475. It was 5.5. So if you want UConn, you better go bet them. Houston Cougars are 6-1. Purdue 7.5-1. Arizona 12-1. Tennessee 12-1. North Carolina dropped tremendously. Wow, they're 1750. They were 25-1. Kentucky 2,000, 20-1. Duke 22-1. Marquette 25-1. A lot of these teams have dropped over the weekend, and I said that. Kansas, wow, they went up. They're 40-1. Florida Gators 60-1. So man, those are some teams that really dropped. But the teams that we were looking at, UConn dropped. So that means you put up $100, you get $475 back. North Carolina dropped. They were 25-1. Now they're 17-1. I'm sure over the weekend, their big win did help them over Duke. Duke went up a little. They were 20-1. Now they're 22-1. So couple changes. And Kansas went up big. They were 25-1, and now they're 40-1. They do have some injuries, and they got blown out. Gators at 60-1. Again, 60-1, 70-1. I mean, these are, and 90-1 FAU Owls. Well, we don't even know if FAU is going to make it, but they are 90-1. And that's about where they were last year, to be honest with you. They were long shots last year. Now, for teams to just make the Final Four, UConn is 105. Means you bet $100, you get 105 back. This is on the Hard Rock app. Houston's plus 145. Purdue plus 165. Arizona plus 275. Tennessee plus 275. Arizona would not be a bad bet to get to the Final Four. Almost 3-1 back on your money. Not bad. You got Kentucky 475. Duke 525. This is just to make the Final Four. And Kansas is 7-1 to make the Final Four. They really dropped. Gators are 14-1. So just to make the Final Four obviously is totally different than that. You're looking at some conference tournaments, teams to win. FAU and the American Athletic Conference, they are plus 170. So there's a little bit different there. You look at the ACC, who's going to win, who are the favorites in the ACC. North Carolina's plus 160. Not much of a difference. And Duke. And I don't think anybody beats Carolina. I really don't. Big 12, Houston's minus 105. Big East, UConn minus 150. Big 10, Purdue's even money. Michigan State's 14-1. But the ACC is one that is a little interesting. North Carolina is plus 160. So if you put up 100, you're going to get 160 back. Not a bad payback for North Carolina, who I think will end up winning that, to be honest with you. And let me just check one other one. We got the Pac-12. Washington State is favorite. Wow. 5-1 to win it all. Ooh, surprised about that. And then the SEC tournament, we're going to see what the odds are with that. That's where the Gators are, and that's not showing up. But if you have the SEC, let me know. Those are your lines in college basketball. Football, yesterday, Russell Wilson signed with, it looks like he's going to sign with the Steelers, and free agency is going to start before we know it. Baker Mayfield gets his money, $100 million he gets. Jimmy, are you surprised about that? But like you said, that's just the going rate.
Yeah, it's, I'm not surprised. Only, I mean, he's not going to get max dollars like you're seeing with the Josh Allens, the Lamar Jacksons, obviously Patrick Mahomes, that are 50 plus. And so to be around 33, 35 million a year, I kind of see that, right? I'm not quite surprised. And they're giving him a 3-year deal. Probably not seeing much past that with him. So
yeah,
I mean, he's no spring chicken, but he's not old by any stretch.
Yeah, I think he's 28 or 29.
Yeah.
But I'm happy for him. He played well last year. He's getting his reward, and that's what you should get when you work hard. You should be rewarded. But Baker, a couple of years ago, he was bouncing around. He was on 2 or 3 teams. Obviously, he was on the Rams for a little while. Yeah. Got traded from the Browns. And ended up now going to Tampa as his 3rd team, and it worked out for him.
I mean, overall, I think these guys are getting too much money now. Yeah. I think when we're starting to talk about $50 million guaranteed out of that, that's starting to get up there. Obviously, what Deshaun Watson has is crazy, completely ridiculous in my book. I fully guaranteed 200 and something million, and I don't even know what you're going to get out of the kid now. So that doesn't look like it ended up being a big deal. I'm kind of with you where we've talked. Man, where do these salaries stop? And how much is too much?
Bad news for the Dolphins. This case came out a couple of minutes ago. The Raiders did sign their defensive tackle Wilkins to a 4-year, $110 million deal. Signed with the Raiders.
I hear Van Ginkel did sign with the Dolphins.
Oh, did?
Yeah, he signed back with them for, I think, 1 year.
Yeah, so, man, I'm surprised about that the Dolphins let him go, and the Raiders signed him $84 million guaranteed out of $110. That's going to hurt the Dolphins' defense. He was a stud, 28 years old, and, he's a good guy, good defensive tackle. I'm surprised about that the Dolphins let him go. But
again, the money.
Yeah, just that's what it's all
a
about.
Ton of money, isn't it?
Yeah, Tennessee Titans are going to give Dallas Cowboys running back Tony Pollard a 3-year, $24 million deal. Sources say.
You ever think that the NFL will be all guaranteed contracts like Major League Baseball?
I think that's what they want, but I don't think it'll get there. I think you'll see higher and higher amounts. They'll go up, but I don't think they'll totally get there because of the injuries just seem to be so, where I think teams could be on the back end of a lot of it.
You would think, right? I mean, that would be obviously a bigger probability getting injured in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So
Titans, though, surprised they signed Tony Pollard, so no Dallas for him. We'll see where Derrick Henry goes. Man, some big moves already with these teams.
It's funny, too. You were talking this morning about Russell Wilson and the Pittsburgh idea, which it pretty much seems like it's a done deal.
Yep.
But when I went and saw the post that he made on Twitter and it had the video and everything, you were telling me about the the terrible towels and all that stuff. There was pretty much just highlights of Steelers games. I looked up in the upper left hand corner the avatar, and it was him in a Steelers uniform.
Oh,
it was a number 3, the black and gold.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think he's going to be good there. They got a very good defense. Tomlin's a great coach. He never goes below 500. They got some good receivers. They got good running backs. He's going to add to them. Yeah. I'd be surprised if the Steelers didn't win 10 games.
Yeah,
shocked.
They're a better team with him, I think. And I got a good feeling that him and Tomlin are going to really hit it off well.
Yeah.
I got a good feeling about that.
Tomlin's a very good coach. I mean, his record proves there are 17 years. He's never gone below 500.
You want to talk about a stat. Holy smokes, who can say that?
No, and the other thing, too, I think that Russell Wilson's going to go into a situation like Tua went, where he was down here, too, and he didn't feel like he was liked or the coach liked him to some place where they want him.
Yep.
And everybody wants to be wanted. I know they're getting paid millions of dollars. You say, who cares? But it doesn't matter to these guys. They want to feel like, the coach wants them and support them.
Sure, absolutely.
I mean, that's the thing that McDaniel did with Tua, and Tua spoke about it. So I think that's an important factor. But you're going to see a lot of moves in the next couple of days. With the NFL, and you just saw a couple.
Very interesting. Very interesting to see some of the moves that are already out there, and we're not even really at the date yet.
No. These are all...
But it's all speculation, but, a lot of times, I mean, the proverbial where there's smoke, there's fire, right?
Yeah, well, these deals are they're not inked yet, but they're done. Sources are telling. Like Swift, who was a very good running back for the Eagles.
Talking about Taylor.
No. He ended up going. He's gone now. He played with Detroit, then he went with the Eagles. Now he just signed a 3-year deal, $24 million with the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be another thing for the Bears to have a good running back. He was okay with I thought he was good with the Eagles. Okay, in between okay and good. But again, another contract. You're seeing running backs get between $8 and $9 million, and maybe 10, depending on who they are.
Okay.
But that's where he ended up going.
Okay.
You're going to see a lot of them. They're going to see all these moves. We talked about Jones getting traded to the Jaguars.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about Mac Jones to the Jags. Do you think that's a good move?
He's a backup. That's it. I mean, he's going to be a backup, and he's okay for a backup. That's what I think. We saw last year in the NFL how so many quarterbacks went down, and we saw at the end of the season, like the last month, how many quarterbacks were almost 14 or 13 different from the starters.
Isn't that amazing, right?
Yeah.
We're in that in an era where they keep trying to protect that position specifically, and these guys are getting hurt still.
Yeah, so I think it's good for him there. A new place. Even though Belichick's gone, I think the Patriots we're done with you. So I think he should, he gets down there, he's doing something. No pressure on him.
Right.
He's not expected to be the starter. Obviously, they got their starter. They have their franchise quarterback.
Of course.
And he's going to be a backup. And maybe less pressure will help him.
Yeah. How about the other Jones in New York?
I think that's a mess. I think the Giants just really the Giants, I want to bet the under Susan comes out. They have no offense. And losing Barkley is, one of those guys like we talked about a couple of years ago with the Packers when they lost Adams. It's 65% of your offense. Even though you think Barkley's done and they say he gets banged up a little, they're not the same. I'd be shocked, but, they can go into the draft and get somebody. Jones, they want a quarterback. So I think, again, if they get a new quarterback and Barkley's gone, I see the Giants 6-7 wins. That's it. In a tough division. But they just gave this kid $140 million, and then he gets hurt.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I mean, they gave him this big contract. He's hurt. He's not playing well. I mean, really, since he got it. I mean, do you move on from that? I mean, do you bite the bullet like Denver did with Russell?
I don't think they're going to bite the bullet with him because I don't think they're 100% sure yet. Because they have to see how they get. They have a first-round pick early.
Okay.
I think they're in the top 10. The Giants. I don't have the draft schedule in front of me, who's what, but I think the Giants are in the top 10. So they're going to try to get a quarterback.
Yeah, you think so? Okay.
That's what they're saying.
Okay.
I mean, again, that's what these experts are saying, but who knows?
Okay.
But the Giants did give Jones, big money 2 years ago. Then he ended up getting hurt last year. It came off of a couple of years ago when he had a good season, led the Giants to a playoff win over the Vikings, ran the ball good, passed the ball good, and then he gets $140 million. And then last year was not a good season for him. But the Dolphins did lose one of their starters. That's their third starter on defense.
Number 6 pick, Giants.
So they got, they'll definitely get a QB. They're projected to, I think the over-under on quarterbacks is 5.5, 6. And there's a lot of guys out there. It's a good quarterback draft. Supposedly, it's a good wide receiver draft and offensive line. So we'll see what happens.
Is that first round or is that overall? Do you know?
First round.
First round. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think the overall is 5.5.
Okay.
Yeah, first in top 10, they're thinking 4 are going to go.
Yeah.
And they get pretty on with these. Like when they make these predictions, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
they know.
It's just like scores.
Yeah,
you sit there and you think, like, how do they know? But they do, and it's usually right around that number, right?
Last night, the Knicks played the Sixers, and a couple of my friends were saying out of Vegas, the hot side was the under. I don't like betting unders. I just don't. I'm not that guy. You know what I mean? I just
team gets on a scoring run, and you're done. Just one side.
And the Knicks and Sixers played the one of the lowest scoring games of the season. So it's like, that's when you say, you know what? I'm just snake bitten. Let me take a knee.
Yeah.
But it happens. It's just that. But the NFL free agency is always exciting. That's where teams make their moves to try to get better, along with the draft, obviously. But I don't know. The Dolphins, I'm just a little surprised. I really am. I am surprised that they let Kristen Wilkins walk out. And supposedly he's signing with the Raiders. And I just think that's surprising. I think that's a big thing. They're talking about the Raiders were the betting team, the odds-on favorite to get him. And I just think the Dolphins should have kept him. That's just my opinion. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you want to get involved in the show, talk about some NBA, or if you want to talk about college hoops. This week is the conference tournament championships. Those are always exciting and great. They start Wednesday and go to Saturday and Sunday. You got the Big East, SEC, Big Ten, Pac-12. Pac-12 is in Vegas every year, so that's a cool place to go and check it out. Still a little brisk in Vegas. Don't expect any pool time. But it is pretty cool that that is in Vegas for these kids and for fans to consume it. North Carolina, the odds have changed on a lot of these teams. North Carolina ended up beating Duke pretty bad Saturday night, and they were never in doubt. They never were. The Carolina led from the beginning to the end. They got off to a very big lead. It got close at some points during the game, but for the most part, it was all Carolina blue. They also pulled away at the end of the game. They were getting 4.5, so they ended up covering that spread. Carolina is one of those teams that you do have to watch because they can come out of nowhere, get hot in the tournament, and make a run. Obviously, UConn is favored at less than 5-1 now. That's changed. Houston up there. Houston played Kansas on Saturday, and blew them out by 30. That's on the game. Also, I want to mention this. We always like to give him, a little bit of some thumbs up. Teddy Covers, believe, went 3-0 on Saturday. So, remember,
that's right. Yeah.
Teddy had 3 winners.
We might know somebody who took advantage of that, too.
Oh, that's good. Good for you, Jimmy. Mm-hmm. He had the Portland Trailblazers where people were like, what are you doing? He had the over in the Miami-Florida State game, I believe, and that just went over. They had a great second half. A low first half, but a high second half. They scored over 100 points. Wow. So combined the teams. So hats off to Teddy, 3-0. Again, you like sports betting, wagertalk.com and Visa Network. That's on 1230 Gambler. That's where you get it. You get a lot of free information, and there's different things that you could check out. And when you're sports betting, you need information, and you need good information. So make sure you always listen to him. We have Rob Vino on Thursdays. We have Drew Martin, who's calling us today. We also have Kelly from Visa Network. These are guys that I've worked with for years who know sports and know sports betting. And if you want to have, the right information when you're betting and not just be throwing darts against the wall, make sure you listen to these guys.
Wagertalk.com, sportsmemo.com, a couple great ways to get some good free information. Jimmy at realradio921.com is the email address. Jason wrote in saying that Mr. UCF Gabe Davis looks like he's signing with the Jags as well. Ridley is likely gone, according to this emailer.
Oh, yeah. Where's he going?
It doesn't say.
Okay. Yeah, it said it looks like he was going to go. They knew about that. Armstead is a 49ers defensive player. who's had a couple very good years, and it looks like that's one thing that they say the Dolphins might be looking for. I don't know whether that's not going to happen. These are just speculation and rumors that go out there, different things, but we'll see. The Dolphins will definitely pick up some people. They'll look at a couple different guys, but they already, they've released Howard. They lost Wilkins. I think he's very good. He was great he played 5 years down here. He was the captain out of Clemson on those Clemson championship teams. And also a great tackler as a defensive tackle. It's tough to beat in the middle of the line. Yeah. So every year, every team has needs and wants, and they try to fulfill them with three places. Obviously, the draft, free agencies, and trades. Trades are they don't happen a lot in the NFL. They're rare. It's always free agencies, and it's always the draft where teams get better or worse. It is the Greek Zone on a Monday. Getting ready for some more college basketball. Don't forget, we're always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180. Give Jason and the team his call. If you get into an accident, guess what? It's not a good feeling, and you got a lot of questions. And they can always help you. He's been my attorney for over 20 years. 561-689-8180. That is Jason Weiser. Give them a call today if you have an accident. We'll be back in a few minutes, talk some more NBA, college basketball, and we'll talk to Drew Martin from WagerTalk.com. We'll be back. Peace.
The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.
I take her to places that she likes to go to as well. She wants to go, believe it or not, she wants to go to this place. She brought this up to me last night. She wants to go to, there's this, oh, you're going to love this one. There's a city called Logan, Ohio, and a pencil sharpener museum. and I said, if I tell the show this, you guys are going to get a great laugh out of it.
Rover's Morning Glory. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carr. We have a mild day throughout the rest of the day. Could see an isolated cloud or two meander onshore, but those will be high level, not rainmaker clouds. Mild overnight tonight, again, low 60s, upper 50s inland. And then we have another beautiful day tomorrow. Get outside and enjoy the weather.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
The News Junkie is brought to you by Gordon & Partners. ForTheInjured.com. 561-333-3333.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is the Greek. Probably don't want to roll that old 401k into your new employer's plan. Really? Why is that? Well, most 401ks have limited investment options and can cost you thousands of dollars more in fees. And that's true even if you roll it over into your new employer's 401k. You also lose a lot of control by leaving your 401k with your old employer. If the company sells or merges, they often freeze it.
That's great insight. If you have a 401k with an old employer, stop what you're doing and call Trajan Wealth. 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Eat, drink, and be Irish all weekend long this St. Patrick's Day.
Aye, Sancha.
Grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's Sports Grill for a St. Patrick's party featuring $4 Green Miller Lite pints, $6 Jameson shots, and $7 Guinness pints. Plus, enjoy Duffy's famous corned beef and cabbage for just $15.99 on St. Patrick's Day. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. And remember,
at Duffy's, our game is always on.
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical.
However, though, he probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature trees and hedges to choose from. Work with our dedicated nursery pros to plant your dream yard. Whether you're looking for instant privacy, a relaxing oasis, or a statement piece, Moon Valley Nurseries is here for you from planning to planting. Call 561-295-8852 to schedule a free design consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. We'll always be here for you. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Give the star in your life the brightest gift in the world. Name a star after them. This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. For $59 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, you can name a star for birthdays, weddings, or even memorials. Over 45 years, we have named millions of stars for celebrities and individuals from around the world. The star you name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333.
Now, during Staples Print Big Sale, get $20 off your print purchase of $100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of $300 or more. So the more you print at Staples, the more you save. To demonstrate, print at Staples, you save. But if you print at Staples, you save. See how that works? Staples Print Big Sale. Print more, save more. Up to $100. Ends 4/6. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Florida Turnpike, busy through Boynton Beach. It's a broken down car. It's blocking a right lane. Plenty of congestion. Turnpike North, right after Boynton Beach Boulevard. That's traffic on duty. Stuart.
This report is sponsored by the Florida Department of Transportation. Hey, listeners, before celebrating St. Patrick's Day this year, remember to plan ahead and know all your options. If you drink, don't get behind the wheel. Instead, designate a sober driver or catch a ride service. And if you are the designated sober driver, commit to staying sober. Don't let your luck run out.
If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan Patrick. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers like the biggest Little League cheat, Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details and always packs a punch. Never miss the dirt, people. Listen to Playing Dirty: Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Now, was Popeye the cartoon where the guy asked for a hamburger and paid back Tuesday?
No.
When was that?
That was
Well,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Did he ever
that's
show?
in that cartoon.
Yes.
But that's not the character. What's that character's name?
No, it's not Popeye, but I'm saying, was it in
No,
that cartoon?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think so, yeah. Wimpy.
Was that Wimpy?
Wimpy, yeah.
And who was Pluto?
Pluto
was.
It's a dog in Disney.
No,
Pluto. He's the mean one. He's the one that Popeye's always fighting.
Yeah. Oh, he's the loan shark.
Yeah.
And he's
pretty
always
much.
tring to get olive oil.
Yeah,
he's always taking
he's
her.
trying to mac on
That
his,
was
on his
he
woman.
kidnaps her.
Yeah.
Loan shark.
And then she goes on OnlyFans, and then Pluto, and then Popeye's cheating with Pluto's sister.
And then he wants to get a hamburger.
Yeah.
Did you know that olive oil actually came before Popeye?
Get the hell out of here.
No kidding.
Yep.
I'll pull my drapes back. That's crazy.
I was
let
waiting.
that joke out.
Did you see me stare at you when I said that? I was waiting for the jokes. I was waiting for the jokes.
There's that low-hanging fruit.
You know what?
Throw that right away.
High five to Popeye, because that's not normal.
That was Franny.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In the early
You get a
days,
standing O for that one.
The Penthouse. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk from the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Yeah, go for the parlay. This is the Greek Zone.
Yes, go for the parlay every time. You know everybody does that. But if you want to win consistently, make sure you bet straight. You're better off. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
And we do have Drew Martin calling us from WagerTalk.com. He should be calling us momentarily to get his views on the big week. This is college hoops, and I know I could think he's calling right now. We'll talk about the conference tournaments and the madness, which is coming up on the 17th. That is Selection Sunday, and that's when a lot of schools will be sitting there all together hoping that they get in. And FAU Owls, hopefully they can turn it around and get in there. They got over 20 wins. They do have their conference tournament this week. They need a good showing in that because basically only two teams are going to get going out of that conference. They did win a good game on Saturday. They FAU Owls beat Memphis, so that was a good game for them, and they ended up winning by, I think, 8, laying 7 in that situation. So we're rooting for FAU to get back to the tournament. I don't know if they had the same success that they had last year because, again, last year they got to the Final Four, and that was unbelievable, along with the Canes. So we got lucky last year. We had the Heat going to the NBA Finals. We had the Canes and FAU going to Final Four, and we had the Panthers in the Stanley Cup. We're not going to get that lucky this year. Jimmy, do we have Drew Martin?
We sure do. Drew, welcome to the Greek Zone.
Jimmy, thanks for having me. Greek, I heard your intro there, or what you were just talking about with the year that South Florida sports had. I mean, the Panthers, you mentioned FAU, Miami, the Dolphins, and even the Marlins making the playoffs, which unfortunately with opening day right around the corner, I don't know if that's going to happen again. Good pitching. I just don't know if the Fish are going to score enough runs.
No, I think the Marlins are going to have a tough season. Our sister station, 1230 Gambler, carries the Marlins. Hopefully they can, but we'll see what happens. But on everybody's mind is college hoops, baby. That's what it's all about. College hoops, we know it is. And this week we get a little taste. We get the conference tournaments, which is always exciting, starting Wednesday. Sunday night we get Selection Sunday. And the odds have really dropped from last week to this week on a couple teams, especially Carolina, who I did like to beat Duke. They went in there and swept them this year. Carolina's an outside chance to do it all. Who are your dark horses for the madness? Then we'll get into the conference tournaments.
Man, in terms of futures, which Greek, I'm not a huge futures bettor just because it kind of costs more for the sports bettor, but I kind of like the chalk. I know it's not like a sexy answer, but I think UConn is actually going to go back-to-back national champions.
So do I.
First time since the Florida Gators did it more than a decade ago. So I don't really have a good one for you there. Maybe one of these Big 12 teams. I think the Big 12 conference is kind of a little bit underrated. Maybe the Conference of Champions in their final year. They're talking about the Pac-12 here. There's some good teams out in the Pac-12 conference. I could see Arizona possibly making a run. Even in the conference tournament, which is one of the 6 in Las Vegas. Maybe the USC Trojans. They got some big names, a lot of talent. Can they make a run in the Pac-12 conference tournament and possibly win it? They played good basketball down the stretch, which is kind of like a theme I like to bet come conference tournament time. What teams are playing their best basketball in the month of March? USC seems to be one of those teams. Now, if they don't win the Pac-12 conference tournament, they're not going to make the NCAA tournament. But it does kind of correlate there if you want a huge kind of dark horse. But I guess to answer your question, I kind of like UConn. Plus 450-ish, plus 500 to win it all.
And going back to the Gators thing, and we talk about this a lot on the show, time. That was 2006, 2007 when the Gators won it all. So that was a long time ago.
Yeah, and think, Greek, it's been since then, since a team has gone back-to-back, which In college sports, I mean, we've seen the Georgia Bulldogs, the Alabama Crimson Tide, who knows, even Michigan, what they're able to do off of that good performance. It's like teams have dominated in football. It really hasn't been the case in college basketball.
No, before the Gators did it,
can do it.
You had to go back to Duke, 91-92. So since 1990, you're talking 34 years, only two teams have gone back-to-back, the Gators and Duke. And a lot of it is that the kids bolt out after they win, stuff like that. We know they changed in the 2000s. But the Gators, like you said, a decade. I was like, wow, man, it wasn't a decade, but it was longer than that. So, yeah, UConn definitely has a chance. Good coach, playing good ball. I think they'll win the Big East. For the one seeds, though, it's hard because I think like them, Arizona, Purdue, Houston, they're expected to win and, then win the 6 straight. So when you got the good teams, you're looking, they got to rip 9 in a row off to win it all.
Yeah, to win the conference tournament and then to win the NCAA tournament, what's in the NCAA tournament. And we got to keep in mind, it's different than the NBA. It's just one game.
That's
if
it.
You have one bad game. It's not like winning a series.
Yeah.
So sometimes I think that has to factor in. Can they actually rattle it off night in, night out? I think they can, but we'll see. And also, Greek, with your question, maybe a dark horse there. One team I actually have in my notes to look to bet on is the Kentucky Wildcats from the SEC. They've won 5 straight.
Yeah.
And also against the spread, they've kind of been a little bit underrated.
Mm-hmm.
And John Calipari, we've talked about this before. A lot of people don't like him. I don't know what he's really like off the court, but you know what I do know? His teams, come the month of March, they are very well coached. They're a better team than they were at the beginning of the season. They're a young team.
Yep.
So they're going to be playing better basketball now. If you're looking for kind of that dark horse that still has a shot, it's the Kentucky Wildcats. Let's be real.
Mm-hmm.
But you get a big plus price with them. I could see the Wildcats making a run.
No doubt about it. And the thing with Calipari, a lot of people don't like him, but he does what every coach is supposed to do, a teacher in college, get people ready to work professionally. That's what a math teacher does when he's sitting there in front of a class, or somebody teaching history or a language, whatever course is, and people get on him for one and done. But he was ahead of the trend, and he's seen where these kids were going to go. And in the NBA, they only have to have 1 year to play, obviously with the rule, and then go into the NBA. That's it.
Yeah, I'm surprised more coaches don't kind of take that into their arsenal. I would almost get with the school administration and just be like, hey, I want to sell this.
Yeah.
Kids in high school that have a shot at the NBA, hey, come in here for 1 year, take an accounting class, a finance class, kind of like a life success class, and get ready to get some money in your pocket and make smart decisions. 1 year and done in college. If I was a head basketball coach, that's what I would do. I would sell that to the kids. Let's go. We're going to make you a better basketball player, and we're going to get you ready to have some money in your pocket. I think that would sell.
I think so, too. But again, like Coach K in the beginning, he didn't want to change to that. Then he had no choice because, again, the kids are going to dictate. They're going to leave. We're talking to Drew Martin from WagerTalk.com. So out of the conferences that we have, their conference tournaments this weekend, which are very exciting, a lot of fun. I enjoy them. Who do you see, any one of the conferences that you zero in on or that you like to maybe make a little showing?
Well, I got a bet tonight on the CAA. It's 6 p.m., a little happy hour special. Towson Tigers and College of Charleston in the CAA. It's College of Charleston -5 in the hook right now, -6. They were -4 last night when I jumped in, 139.5 being the total. It's an interesting matchup because it's the number 1 offensive efficiency team and the number 1 tempo in the conference with College of Charleston, meaning they go up and down the court very fast, and they're very good putting the ball in the basket offensively, up against Towson, who's the number 1 defensive efficiency team and the number 14 tempo team, meaning they're the slowest in terms of pace, and they're also the best on the defensive side. So it's kind of an interesting matchup in terms of who controls the pace, and I think Charleston, the Cougars, are the more talented team. They're able to do so. And I mentioned betting hot teams come the month of March. College of Charleston, the second longest active win streak in the country. And they also just beat Towson, just like the second to last game of the regular season, by 16 points in Towson. So I see it going kind of similar to that. I think College of Charleston wins by double digits. And to add on to it, Towson not playing their best basketball down the stretch. They finished the regular season just 2-3, and they did beat UNC Wilmington in the conference, their last game out in the tournament to make it to the semifinals tonight.
Mm-hmm.
But it does need to be brought up. UNC Wilmington only shot 19% from three-point range. I don't think College of Charleston is going to do that. And the way that they play with the tempo up and down the court, I don't mind laying this number. They can knock down their free throws, so I would lay the number with College of Charleston tonight, and that's an early tip, 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Ooh, there it is. A little something for you at 6 o'clock. As Drew Martin would say, a little happy hour. Now, Drew, give any advice to people first time, sports betting is legal in the state of Florida. Speaking of Drew Martin from WagerTalk.com, what advice could you give them in the tournaments and betting and to be successful over these next couple weeks, 3 weeks?
I'll give you 3, Greek. Bet teams playing their best basketball come the month of March, ride the hot hand, things of that nature. I don't want to be betting a team that's kind of stumbling into the tournament, anything like that racked up a bunch of wins in November, December, January. Now is kind of a different time. You want to be betting teams that are on a winning streak.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, I would say don't bet teams that cannot make their free throws.
Okay.
We've seen it year in, year out. Come the NCAA tournament, even conference tournament at times, if the team loses, their season's over. Therefore, we'll see these coaches, these teams foul a lot in the last minute, last 2 minutes of the game because their life's on the line. They're not going to let this clock go out. And you want to be betting teams that are confident at the free throw line, that knock down their shots from the charity stripe. And I would even take it a step further, Greek.
Yep.
Look into the guards, the point guard, the shooting guard, the small forward, the guys that are going to have the ball in their hands at the end of the game and then getting fouled. What do they shoot from the free throw line? So I like to kind of dig deep into that and bet teams that make their free throws. The last thing I'd say is the venue matters.
Yeah.
So where these games are being played, both in the conference tournament and the NCAA tournament, some of these conference tournaments you really got to look into, like UNLV in Las Vegas, that's at the Thomas and Mack. They have a home court advantage. That's where they play their home games on UNLV's campus. Others are just straight neutral. Other conference tournaments are at the home team of the higher seed. It even gets more confusing because some of them are like first round, second round, the home team of the higher seed, and then it goes to a neutral site. So you got to know these venues. And I guess a little bonus there, some of these venues in the neutral site won't even be a basketball arena.
Yeah.
Like Sunbelt plays in Pensacola, and it's just kind of like an event center, and they bring in the baskets. One thing that I like to do from a total standpoint, Greek, is watch these early round games. And sometimes the rims are a little bit looser or tighter. Therefore, if it's looser, the ball's going to go in a little bit more. Kind of look to bet the over because it's not like it's going to change game from game. And the same thing if it's tighter. Maybe look to bet a little bit more unders on these venues where, like, basketball isn't the main event.
Talking to Drew Martin from WagerTalk.com. The one thing, like I said, everybody's got a bracket. Everybody gets involved. It's tough with that. We're talking more of betting on the teams. Also, stay on hot teams, like you said. Watch this week the conference tournament. Some teams are hot. You know what? Watch them. But see, like you said, great point, where they are playing, where teams are traveling. Every once in a while in the big dance, you're going to get an East Coast team out in the West Coast. And you're like, what the hell's going on? That's happened a couple of times to St. John's over the years where they get put in a bracket that they shouldn't belong in there. Traveling does affect these kids. That's another thing you got to look at. And like you said, the tournaments, figure out where they are. With UNLV being home, the Pac-12 is in Vegas. That's another tournament that's home. And how do these kids adjust? And a lot of them, you know what? Their fans are not there. You know what? It's a tournament game, and it's not a real big thing. And, it's not like football when they play in a bowl game where, these fans are going to jump on planes.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Some of these teams with, I guess we could bring up, the home-road dichotomy. If a team just kind of racked up a bunch of their big wins at home, that's not necessarily going to correlate to, a neutral site conference tournament game. I guess the Pac-12 would be one where it's going to be packed out, the SEC tournament, the Big Ten, the ACC. But some of these smaller conferences, you kind of alluded to it. They're playing in front of, a half-filled arena, things of that nature. So I wouldn't bring too much of like a team playing really good basketball at home and that carrying over to the conference tournament. But, it's a fun time. It really is. Like with some of these bigger conferences, and it really does get packed out, and it's fun to watch in the conference tournament.
The difference between this weekend and next weekend is one big difference with the lines, and I talked to people about it. When the conference tournaments are playing, these lines are right on the number. These teams have all played each other. They all got to pass this year. They have a little bit of a resume of playing against each other. So the lines makers are going to be on point, I believe, this week. The next week, there are a lot of teams that never play each other, and that's where there can be an uneven balance.
Oh, absolutely. You bring up the point of, like, playing each other. They actually can't play in the NCAA tournament if you're in the same conference until the second weekend. You can't even play it. Like an SEC team can't play an SEC team until the Sweet 16. So you're going to have a lot of teams that don't know their opponent. And actually it brings in another aspect that I think is very important to betting, and that's coaching advantage. And it matters in the round of 64. It matters in the round of 16 and in the Final Four, in my opinion, from what I've noticed in the last couple of years, more so than it does in the round of 32 or the Elite Eight or the national championship game. And that being because the preparation time in between those rounds is longer, meaning to go to the first round, you're going to have, 4 or 5 days to prepare for your opponent.
Yeah.
Whereas in the round of 32, it's just a one-night rest, and then you got to play the next opponent that's also in your little subsector.
Yep.
And that happens in the Sweet 16 and the Elite Eight as well. So if you like a coaching advantage, I would hop on that the first, in the beginning of the weekend of each of these tournament games, rather than in that second game, because really, let's be honest, it's one night off. You're playing a team you haven't played before. The coaches are really just like, hey, one of these teams that they played earlier in their conference that plays a similar profile to us, this is what we think they're going to do, but they don't really know. It's really just rolling out the basketball and who has the better players.
And who's hot? And who hits?
Yeah.
I mean, last night, I watched the NBA, the Knicks last night, 9 for 41. In threes. And while we got you on, Drew Martin, I want to talk a little bit about the Heaters, the new trend that's been there for a while. They do not cover at home, and they cover on the highway. Again, last night, 11-point favorites against the Wizards and lose the game outright. And it happened with Utah and another 4 in a row, where they just do not cover the Heaters home.
Yeah, it's something you got to watch. I mean, there's something to that. These trends can be your friend. The trend is your friend.
Yes.
It's something, you can use in the stock market, you can use in sports betting. And when a trend like that kind of appears, I'm not saying you got to hop on it and always bet it, but keep it to your advantage in terms of not betting against it. That's my advice. So, yeah, the trend is your friend out there. And bet on teams where the trend, where they're riding a hot hand. And that's definitely one of them.
Yeah, again, 3 times in a row, 4 times in a row with the Heat home. Utah Jazz, that happened. Detroit Pistons was another game. In all 3 games, they're high point spreads. And, 2 of the games they didn't cover. And last night they lose outright. They do play better on the road, on the highway with the point spread. But it's really wild where they just get off to slow starts when they're home. And they, don't cover. So if you want to make some money, like you say, I believe in trends until they stop. You want to get on them soon, but I've definitely been talking about the Heaters. Drew, always great talking to you. Getting so excited I am for the tournament this weekend, conference tournaments, and the madness. Let everybody know how they can consume you. Get the information you have, because in sports betting, you need good information.
Absolutely. The best way to get at me, guys, is on Twitter, on Instagram, at Drew Martin Bets. That's just my name, Drew Martin, with the word bets at the end, at Drew Martin Bets. WagerTalk.com, got the premium packages up and available, and right here on the Greek Zone on Monday afternoon. So, we got conference tournament time going, Greek. We got Selection Sunday. Happens to be on St. Patrick's Day, by the way, on Sunday. And then we got the NCAA tournament next week. And, Greek, I'll leave you with one because it's less than 24 hours away. The ACC tournament, number 12, number 13, Georgia Tech and Notre Dame. The opening lines are just coming out. Notre Dame as the favorite, -1.5. I think it's the wrong team's favorite. Give me the ramble and wreck from Georgia Tech. Hell with Georgia. They've won 3 of their last 4, both straight up and against the spread. They beat Wake Forest, Miami, FSU. They've won 5 of their last 7 against the spread. Half of their ACC wins have come in the last 2 weeks. So I think Georgia Tech's playing their best basketball. Notre Dame on the other side, they're 0-2 to end the regular season. They lost by 40 points combined in those 2 games.
Yeah.
So I think Georgia Tech to win the first round game in the ACC, +1.5, sprinkle some on the money line. I think Georgia Tech advances, Greg.
I like them too, buddy. I'll go with you. I like the Georgia Tech. You have a great night. Let's get a cigar soon and watch a game together. Drew Martin, everybody, thank you so much.
Greek, thank you, man. I saw your. I went to a spring training game and I saw your poster there in Jupiter, man. I was like, Greek, he's killing it, bro.
Yeah, always good. 12:30 to Gambler. Appreciate it, brother. Stay out of trouble. It is the Greek and Jimmy. Jimmy, thanks for all your help today in the Greek Zone.
Thank you very much. It looks like Cousins is going to the Falcons.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, looks like he signed a deal there. And, of course, you talked about Wilkins going to the Raiders, and Titans might be signing Pollard.
A lot of things you're going to see.
Yeah, we're just more and more out there, right?
Oh, that's going to make the Falcons a better team. No doubt about it. Their quarterback play was bad last year. It is the Greek. It is Jimmy. It is the Greek Zone, always inspired by Jason Weiser, personal attorney, injury lawyer. Give him a call, 561-689-8180. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. And tonight there are some NBA games. A side that people are liking are the Spurs tonight. So look into the Spurs. We'll be back. Peace.